1 minute. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the school board work session on June 2nd, 2026. It is 10 a.m. and we have a busy day, even though we are on summer break. We are not taking a summer break here. So we'll start with policy and legislative session review. Mr. Connor, if you'd like to introduce the first topic today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Board. As we jump into our June workshop, there are several items that we'll be discussing today. And typically, we would be having our legislative session impact review after the completion of all the sessions, but there's been a long journey through the legislative process this term, and we're actually in the midst of even, I believe, the second special session. But the main legislative session is over. We do have several policies that we'll talk about that have the need to be revised as a result of legislation. And of course, some of the current happenings as early as or as late as last night, actually. We'll give you some updates about several things that are in the hopper. So I'm going to pass it over to the Supervisor of Government Affairs, Mr. Chris Parento, as well as our partners at Capital City Consulting, who will provide us a review of our legislative session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, board members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present here this morning. And as the superintendent said, we'll start with Ms. Megan Fay from our partners at Capital City Consulting, giving us a rundown of some of the changes during the 2026 legislative session, some things that are happening right now as we speak in special session F as it relates to the homestead exemption, and then move into our policies that we have revised as a result of some of those legislative changes. And before I hand it over to Ms. Fay, I want to thank our local legislative delegation, Senator Gruters, Representative McFarland, Representative Buchanan, Representative Nix, and their staffs. They have been incredible partners for us. Every time we call, they pick up the phone. They'll call us asking, how will this impact the school district? How will this impact students, teachers, families? And because of that, we have been able to have a lot of successes throughout this legislative session. And I know that Ms. Fay will highlight some of those. I also want to thank her and Mr. Ron LaFace for their partnership, because every time I call, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is, they're answering, they're taking our information and bringing it to other legislators outside of our delegation, helping us get in the door with them and have the conversations behind the scenes that need to happen to have an impact. So with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Fay for her review of the 2026 legislative session.
Thank you, Mr. Parento. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will kick it off. I can see my presentation on my side. I cannot see it on yours. So I'm just going to get started and we're going to hope for the best. Also, thank you so much for allowing me to do this virtually. Just with this season of many special sessions, being able to do this virtually while the legislature, to Mr. Parento's point, is still actively meeting and discussing the property tax proposal as we speak, 1 block away from my office. Really, really helpful to be able to do this via computer today. So without further ado, I will kind of kick it off. I'm going to start by going over the budget highlights. I mean, the budget was the most recent of the special sessions. I guess we're going to jump around from a timing standpoint, just because it's been such kind of a long and drawn out process this year, starting back in January and, still not concluded here on June 2nd. But the legislature did wrap up the state budget last Friday. They voted on it in a floor session, and they adjourned mid-afternoon last Friday. So there will be a state budget in place on July 1st, avoiding any sort of lapse in state government funding. The governor has the budget currently in his possession, and he is reviewing that budget. So there's a lot of dynamics there, dynamics in terms of this property tax special session kind of being called in the middle of the governor reviewing the budget, looking at vetoes, looking at member projects. This is really kind of a leverage point for the governor using the budget to be able to pass this property tax special session. But I'll get to more of that later. So I'll hop into the budget kind of with the asterisk that the budget's not approved by the governor yet and has not been approved. But I think most everything that I'm going to talk about today, I don't anticipate being subject to a line item veto. So a good amount of certainty here. So just some key fund numbers that I know that the school district will be interested in. Base student allocation increased by $85 per student. Total funds per unweighted FTE also increased about $150 per student. So the total amount of funding per FTE going into the next fiscal year is going to be $9,337.67. So that per student FTE is increased over last year. But where that positive piece of news lands, that's probably about the end of it. For the next slide, if you guys want to jump ahead, statewide enrollment trends is kind of where the good news in funding for school districts sort of ends. Florida is projected to lose about 33,000 district students while gaining about 60,000 plus scholarship students. And so when I refer to scholarship students, that's students who are taking, the scholarship funds, going to a private school. They are either private school, home education, or some sort of combination of both. We'll call it the hybrid approach, where they maybe do half the day in the private school, they do half the day at home with a tutor or with some sort of parent involvement. That is where the students are growing. That also, is not necessarily, as you can tell by the loss compared to the gain, it is not students who are leaving the public school necessarily and taking advantage of one of these other options. Some of those students have either never been in public school at all, or they are incoming, kindergartners taking that scholarship. We have seen an uptick in the number of private schools who are now accepting the scholarship kind of compared to where we were about a year ago. And so that also is driving some of that growth in the scholarship student category. A point of, I'd say the point of contention all session, a point of discussion and negotiation between the chambers was whether or not to break those scholarship students out kind of below the line or above line funding. Ultimately, there was no change to that. So all students are kind of baked into the big total number of students for the purposes of these estimates. Scholarship student funding also does run through your Sarasota district allocation in the FEFP. So same as last year. That's something that I think it will continue to be a topic of conversation going into next year. I think you're going to have a change of philosophy on that topic, particularly on the House side, where the House has historically been resistant to that change. The resistance kind of comes from not wanting to undo any of the progress on universal school choice that the House really did champion over these past 4 to 6 years. The second piece of that has to do with the required local effort and how funding flows to scholarship students, where if you break the students out below the line, they may not generate the RLE that they get by running through the district funds. They would potentially be funded entirely with state funds, making that kind of a different conversation in terms of general revenue. Obviously, when we get to the property tax proposal, had the property tax proposal included school districts, which spoiler alert, as of last night, it does not. So big win there. That would have been an additional pressure on our state budget for next year in terms of funding K-12 education. I think that there's a recognition from the members, particularly incoming Speaker Garrison, and then Senator Trumbull on the Senate side, that school districts, between declining enrollment, universal school choice, and a myriad, other factors, immigration, affordability, school districts have enough uncertainty. And so that was kind of the impetus to carve school district funding out of that property tax proposal. But that being said, you will see, I think next year, a really long, hard look over the next 2 years at, does this FEFP make sense? Does it make sense to fund school districts every, in the first, second, third, fourth calc structure? Or is it going to make sense to go to a monthly structure, a biweekly structure of payment, looking at maybe more real-time attendance data, kind of where are students on any given day, and I know the state is really going to be looking in the next 2 to 4 years at solving for that lag. And so that's something, kind of stay tuned. There was not a big movement on that this session, but it was something that I, myself, and Ron LaFace, on behalf of Sarasota, we talked about that with legislators, I'd say on a daily, if not weekly, if not daily basis. It's certainly something that legislators, policymakers, professional staff, everyone eyes wide open knows needs to be solved for. So kind of moving on from that, I do want to point out that the budget did include a declining enrollment supplement statewide of about $79 million. And that was meant to, cushion the loss of FTE for all school districts who had that higher projection. And then, and during the third calc, realized that the projections were way off and were not going to receive the funding that, you thought you had on July 1st when you hired teachers, signed contracts. I will say $79 million sounds like a really large number, but in the grand scheme of things, when you break it down over 67 school districts and kind of run it through the formula, for example, Sarasota will only receive $638,000 from that supplement. It is not zero, so that's great. And it's wonderful that our legislators are even, considering a glide path towards, helping you guys get to a stable financial future for the school district. Moving on to some of those K-12 categoricals, which are sort of those broken out specific categories within the FEFP. A couple ones that I wanted to highlight. The classroom teacher salary increase, huge new amount of money kind of statewide. It's going to be about $200 million, which is double what they put in last year, which was $100 million. There is proviso that it's a little bit unclear. I'm meeting with budget staff, and I'll be talking with Mr. Parento to make sure that from an implementation standpoint, that everyone is kind of eyes wide open about where it needs to be spent. There is proviso mentioning the teachers are 10-year plus. And I know this really isn't as big of a deal for Sarasota because you have been at 47.5 for a very long time. And so my understanding is if the district has not met the 47.5, I think they can continue to use this $200 million to get there. If you're already at the 47.5, then the intent is to use this categorical to fund those teachers who have been with the district for 10 plus years, really kind of focus on recruitment and retention. Safe schools allocation, mental health allocation were level funded from last year to this year. The required local effort did see a decrease in the FEFP, kind of trying to level out those, continue those property values that are continuing to grow. We've seen that in the state, years past. It's been kind of every year they do something a little bit different at this point, but not really a big swing and in the grand scheme of things. And then I do want to note the Florida retirement system, that bill, that kind of conforming bill that travels along with the budget, actually did reduce the state, the school district share of the FRS. The FRS, the Florida Retirement System pension plan, is very healthy. And so kind of a statewide school board impact was about a negative $80 million. So that should probably say negative. Which great news, a little bit of cost savings there, which, I know every dollar counts at this point. So we should take that as a win. All right, moving along to what I would say is probably the crowning accomplishment for Sarasota schools would be the tax package, House Bill 7031. This was voted out of both chambers and headed to the governor for signature as of last Friday. Really, honestly, kudos to your Sarasota and Manatee delegation, but really to Representative Buchanan, who kind of we work together kind of hand in glove. School district, thank you guys for raising this issue to me and to Representative Buchanan. We were able to really engage Senator Boyd and Senator Avila, get their kind of full support for including this language in the tax package. And so just to highlight, this really was, born and raised out of Sarasota and is a statewide solution for all school districts who have local property tax referendums. The change just makes it very specific that not only will the county commissions, not only are they able to pay, the commission on the voted millage, they shall pay the commission on the voted millage. So making that, making sure there's no ambiguity there. The school district no longer have to, kind of have that question mark of whether or not you have to pay the commission on those commissions. So lines that right up with what the county already pays on the non-voted school millage. And then it does, allow tax collector to voluntarily waive that commission on the voted millage. So if tax collector decides they don't need the money, go ahead and kind of allow that to be waived. So kind of some flexibility either way. Tax collector could waive it to help the county in theory. And then there's other language in there that does not allow the county to block a school district referendum from the ballot. So kind of removes some language about kind of their participation in, allowing you to say that you want to have one. And so really thinking about that from the perspective of, if they don't want to pay the voted commission, they're not allowed to just block it on the front end. So really big win for all school districts, including Sarasota, who have, those voted referendums supporting, capital budget, teacher salaries, all of the, school safety, all the great things that your referendum is able to fund locally. And I don't anticipate that there'll be any issue with the governor signing that. I will say there was some discussion on the floor before I move on to this. Just want to note, Broward County seems to be the biggest kind of public fight between a county and the school board about who pays it. When I watched the debate on the floor last Friday, it really did seem to be a Broward County specific kind of infighting. Involved Senator Osgood, Senator Avila kind of defending what was in the tax package, which is ultimately what passed. That being said, I don't anticipate that will have a meaningful impact on the governor's office. And with this being part of the overall tax package, I think the risk of a veto is very, very small. Moving on, I'll just spend 2 seconds on the implementing bill. There's just not a lot in here that really is, very meaty. The only thing I'd want to point out is that there is a requirement for the Department of Education to maintain a $250 million minimum balance in the Education Stabilization Fund to help offset those kind of changes in enrollment patterns between scholarships and districts to try to avoid that, any sort of proration to district FEFP. So that's one of those really important things that was included in there. We've had a lot of conversations with the legislature, particularly without that real-time attendance cross-check, up live and ready to go today. That Education Stabilization Fund is very important. On the cross-check, the implementing bill also does require the department to do a request for information. So starting that process to procure a real-time technology solution to know, where are students on any given day, sort of that real-time attendance system, likening it to, Amazon knows where your box is at any given time. They know when it's 10 houses away from yours and they send you a notification. The state of Florida really should know, where is every enrolled student on any given day. And so that's really been the goal of that, this language, is to get that process started. Hopefully, by sometime next year, the DOE will be underway doing some sort of a negotiation with a vendor to, get that relief for school districts from having to do, that manual cross-check that your staff has been having to do on spreadsheets that, it's right the day you turn it into the DOE and it's honestly probably inaccurate the very next day. So hopefully getting away from that. All right, we'll move towards K-12 policy updates. So these are going to be the bills that passed and failed during the regular session, which ended in March. So quite a bit of time ago. I'll go quickly through these. There are some sort of meaty policy changes that will require district policies to change. But, by and large, I would say there weren't any really big picture changes that are going to be controversial to implement or going to require, I think, a lot of school district legwork. I mean, I could be wrong once you get into it, but a lot of the big picture, big education train bills, I'm skipping ahead to a future slide of bills that died. Most of those kind of big and controversial pieces fell by the wayside, did not make it across the finish line. And so we're sort of left with the things that everyone agreed upon between House, Senate, and the Department of Education and Governor's Office. So I'll cut to the chase. The first one is a Representative McFarland, a Sarasota delegation member. House Bill 145, suits against the government. This is known as the Sovereign Immunity Bill. It does raise the maximum tort recovery for in scenarios where a plaintiff would bring suit against the school district or a county, city, any sort of municipality, public hospital that enjoys the sovereign immunity protection. This one has not been approved by the governor yet, and there is definitely chatter that the governor may veto this bill and ask the legislature to come back and do something more thoughtful with more of a reasonableness standard in place, where the school district taking steps to do everything they can. Are you mandated, statutorily mandated to do a risky behavior like offer sports, bus students, transport them on roads, have some sort of litmus test about what's everyone's responsibility. So definitely having conversations and hearing that chatter with the governor's office. So stay tuned on that. I put it in the bills that passed, but it has not been signed. Okay, the athletics in privates or in K-12 public schools. This stemmed out of I think I'm drawing a blank on what the coach's name was, but Teddy Bridgewater got a lot of press, allows coaches to spend up to $15,000 a year in their personal funds to help student athletes who need, basic assistance in their basic everyday day-to-day lives, getting to practices, food, shelter. You hear about these situations. And so this is trying to make sure that coaches who do want to help students using their own personal funds don't get crossways with the FHSAA. High school diploma requirements. This allows for students with disabilities to use Special Olympics to satisfy their PE requirements, and also allows marching band to do the same thing for all students. Volunteering at polling locations just clarifies that students can do volunteer hours as part of their, high school requirements. Maybe it's Bright Futures or whatever else they may be doing volunteer hours for. They can volunteer at polling requirements without, violating any sort of provision of the statute. And then extracurricular activities. This one is kind of another step in the direction of what was happening last year. This one probably, I would say, staff really needs to look at and make sure you understand implementation on this. This is going to be it's part 2, I would describe it as, of extracurricular activity universal choice. So making sure that homeschool students, private school students, if they are school or, obviously at home, they don't have those options to have extracurriculars and sports, but kind of allowing that, you can play a sport here, you can get tutoring at home, you can do a private school in the morning. It's sort of that, kind of piecemeal approach, and allowing parents to do that. Put some sort of parameters in place on, what can school districts charge those students who are not district students in terms of fees for extracurricular activities and sports. So definitely something to take a look at that has been approved by the governor. On to the next page, a couple things I want to highlight and pull out. There was definitely a big push, by the Florida DOE, Commissioner of Education, and the governor's office to take even, a couple more steps. I would call it anti-union steps, in this last year of the governor's term. I'll draw your attention to House Bill 1279, which has been approved by the governor. This one has that language in there that permits salary incentives. So the school district can give a salary incentive and reassign a teacher that's been deemed as high quality to a D or an F rated school without going through collective bargaining to do so. couple other things I want to draw. I'll kind of skip across the next page. Everything else is sort of a more minimal change. If you guys have questions on any of it, feel free to call it out at the end and I'll go back to any of these bills. But rather than reading this to you, I'll skip ahead to the other one that I wanted to draw your attention to in terms of the union standards for teachers union elections. That's Senate Bill 1296, which has also been approved by the governor. This requires the 50% participation threshold in elections of the membership for that certification, decertification. There was a bill several years ago that was filed by, I think it was run by Senator Gruters, that it made some steps towards this, but really did not make any big changes. No unions were really decertified. And so this is, as I would say, the governor and the commissioner sort of last, closing salvo, I would call it, towards the teachers unions to really try to, clamp down on their influence and ability to negotiate at the local level for good, bad, or otherwise. The only other bill on this page I'll really draw your attention to is House Bill 1073. It's got a lot of chatter. It really kind of stemmed out of a Volusia County Schools issue, but establishes a district school board members' Bill of Rights. So it really makes it very clear on school board members' ability to request documents, particularly financial data from the school district, requires full line item budgets to be posted online, and does not allow non-disclosure or confidentiality agreements for school district employees. Again, something that apparently was happening in Volusia County and I guess a handful of other districts. So just want to put it on your radar just in case that was anything that was happening or being contemplated in Sarasota. All right, moving along to some bills that died. Bills that we were kind of watching and some that we did engage on because they would have been problematic. I'd point to Senate Bill 1100. This is the charter school bill. It was titled Charter Schools. But really where we saw this being problematic, this was being pushed by some developers. Really, they were looking at development in Palm Beach County schools, or in Palm Beach County. It would have impacted Palm Beach County schools. But the way the bill was written would have impacted statewide. So essentially would have allowed, wealthy enclaves of the state of Florida to use charter schools to almost kind of draw enrollment zones around really wealthy areas and keep all tax revenue, local tax revenue in that area instead of kind of going up through the FEFP and going out, to every student in the district, through that equalized funding formula. I mean, staff would, this was one of these ones where the members who filed it, I think didn't really necessarily see how big of a change that is in our funding formula, which, the FEFP, for good or bad, of, lots of the problems that it has today, does really prioritize equitable funding for all students, equal funding for all students, no matter where you live, you attend a public school in Florida. So just wanted to point that one out. I do anticipate that'll be back in some form or fashion next year. So let's keep looking at it. A couple other things to point out, in not positive bills that died. Senate Bill 318 would have made some really big reforms to those education scholarship programs. Picked up a lot of the recommendations from the Auditor General's office about, problems with Step Up for Students, problems with following the money and making sure there's transparency and accountability. Put that into the bucket of, I'm sure we'll see it filed again next year, and we're going to have different leadership and I think some more willingness to tackle some of these issues. There was definitely the feeling that with a change in who's occupying the governor's mansion too, taking on some of these big reforms might be better served when there is more stability at the DOE. We're going to have a new commissioner, probably new high-level staff there starting, in January. So I think you'll see that conversation certainly progress and move forward next year. Administrative efficiency also died. That was, the Senate's next stab at the kind of furthering that deregulation push from a few years ago. I mean, the House has absolutely no appetite of seeing that bill again. They pretty much felt like they did the deregulation thing and they don't want to do it again. So, and then moving on to the very last couple slides, which I'm so pleased to say, as of yesterday, this property tax proposal that I was prepared to talk about today, it looks a whole lot rosier for the school districts. Essentially no change to what would happen from the school district's perspective. Right now there is the homestead exemption already in place at $50,000. School taxes are completely, held harmless from the existing homestead exemption. And so if the homestead exemption, is increased to $150,000, then, on some sort of glide path up to $250,000, depending on what the voters do in November. It'll be kind of same situation for you guys from the school district perspective. No impact to the RLE. It's really just going to become I'll call it a Hunger Games, for the cities and the counties and all the other impacted, special districts. So we're going to see what happens. School districts, being pulled out, I think makes the proposal much more appealing to the voters. There's definitely been there was a lot of discussion yesterday when I was talking to senators and representatives about whether or not if you leave school districts in, does that help the whole thing fail? Or if, you pull the school districts out and hold you guys harmless, does that sort of allow it to have a better chance of passing? Ultimately, I was very pleased at the fact that the House and the Senate and leadership ultimately did not want to take that risk of leaving school districts in and kind of hoping the whole thing failed. So with that, I think, at least you guys are in a positive place no matter what happens in November. So that is the end of my scheduled presentation. Happy to take questions. Anyone has any?
Thank you very much, Megan. Board members, do you guys have any questions while we have her? I'm sure that Mr. Edwards, go ahead.
A couple of things. I know you touched on them. I'm still concerned and baffled how we got this far into the voucher program when technology does not support money following the students, and yet we still keep trying to level the playing field between private schools and homeschools, which homeschooling and public education. You call it the extracurricular. I sort of connected it to the athletics bill because I see the challenge in athletics now, particularly for the school district, a couple of ways that I'm not sure is clear in the language. For example, how do we gain extra funding to allow for the additional expenses that coaches can decide to occur? Is there some sort of categorical that is directed into that fund? And the second piece of my question is, if coaches now are looking at homeschooling and private schooling, where what I'm concerned about is the protection of a public education student who really is part of the system, a tremendous athlete, but gets bumped to second string because a private schooler came along. Those are the kinds of things that I'm concerned about as we continue. And then when you said something about, hourly following a student between, their private school in the morning, athletics in public education, and then private tutoring, if we can't follow them on a daily basis, how do we anticipate following them on an hourly basis?
Those are all excellent questions, and I wish I had better answers for you. I can only really tell you my feedback from, the elected officials, professional staff who support those elected officials kind of in making these big picture policy decisions. I think particularly on the Senate side, there is an absolute realization that a technology solution is needed. If you look back kind of through the budget conference offers, you will see that the Senate did put forth a stronger proposal saying that the DOE shall, not just put out that request for information. Here's $2 million. You shall find a technology solution. I totally agree with you. We probably should have had that in place years ago. I feel like I shouldn't say this in a public meeting, but the DOE is kind of notoriously slow, and I think it has a hard time with technology projects. And so the legislature, I know on the House side, wants to have that, that in-depth look at what they're doing and making sure that, maybe they have a new governor's office in place, to have that sort of deeper level of management on, making sure you're procuring a technology solution, they get it right instead of having to do it multiple times or procure something that doesn't ultimately work.
Thank you. I just have one. Is there something, and I'm grateful that this is the second win in the second year that Mr. Parento and his team and our delegation have been able to have. It was around IB and ACE funding last year. This year around the tax referendum. I'm proud of you. I think that's an amazing work with the headwinds that public education is facing. But I'm asking, is there suggestions that you have around the questions that I have that Sarasota can do? And to take it to next steps, because it seems to me that we have a voice. People are listening to Sarasota for all the right reasons. So I would take that suggestion. And then my final question, I'll let you and then I'll turn back over to the chair, is that in the tax policy, the property tax policy, I appreciate that the school districts are exempt currently, but is that into perpetuity? Because what my concerns are as the local folks start screaming about how the pressure has happened to them with just paving road and doing all the, the normal local pieces, that they might decide 2 years from now to say, oh, well, we have to add school districts into that pain as well. Is there any way that we can create an exemption for school districts in forever?
It's a good question. I'm getting a lot of feedback. But I'll keep going. There is nothing that can protect you forever. I think that the
current structure is okay. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. So the current structure protects you. Any change to the state constitution has to go before the voters in a general election, referendum, and be approved by 60% of the voters. So it's a pretty high threshold there. But no, nothing can ever really protect you forever. You can't bind a future legislature, and you can't bind future voters from changing the Constitution. So, there is always the possibility in the future that, the legislature comes back and puts it before the voters saying that the school district should bear, their cost of a reduction. I do think it would probably be just as unpopular with the voters. But that's my way of saying no. There's never any certainty about the future. Every year is going to be. It's just like the legislature meets every year. Every year's a fight. Every year's a fight to protect what we have and try to get a little bit more. Try to fight on some of these issues as they arise. The really great news is that you do have a very strong Sarasota, and I'll call it Manatee delegation, between Senator Boyd and Representative Buchanan, who hopefully are looking towards November becomes Senator Buchanan, really is there to fight for the school district. Representative McFarland has also been a champion, to Mr. Parent's point earlier, calls me or him on any given day and says, hey, how does this impact the school district? Doesn't always, they don't always take all of our feedback and do it, but particularly when it's really important, like that tax collector issue, what can we do? How can we help? And that really does, having that local delegation support and genuine interest in protecting the Sarasota school district helps the work that we do in going to the Senator Avalas, to the Representative Duggins, to professional staff, and saying like, hey, this is important. But you've had a lot of other lobbyists come to you and say that it's important. But we really look at this coalition of legislators we have, all Republicans, but who are all here to fight for public schools. We've really been cultivating that message too with incoming Speaker Garrison. I think you're going to see him really have a positive mindset and frame of mind to what can we do to public schools, knowing that we're not putting the genie back in the bottle. Universal school choice is here to stay. whether there are guardrails put in place around it, I think is a very reasonable conversation. Whether we have those technology solutions, absolutely on the table, but knowing that we're not going back to where we were 10, 15 years ago.
Thank you, Mrs. Barker.
Thanks, Chair. I was thrilled to see the update last night that they had decided to exempt us. I slept much better. Thank you for all the work you've been doing on that. I really appreciate it. I'm curious to know, it sounds like it is a done deal that we are exempt, but as we're still sort of early in this special session F, is there any chance of this exemption going away in conversation, or we believe it's going to make it all the way through to the end of special session?
I believe it makes it all the way to the end. I mean, they're on the floor. I don't want to look over. I've got my TV on right now. The House is on. My understanding is they're going to vote this thing up and out today. It does not go before the governor's office for a veto. So even if the governor didn't agree with it, that this wasn't his proposal, the legislature has made some changes. My understanding is, he doesn't have veto authority, so it'll go, however it passes out of the legislature today, it will go to the voters for, kind of that up or down vote.
Wonderful. And then my second question is there, excuse me, is there anything as a school district we should be aware of or watching for as this property tax continues to make its way through the conversations? I'm thinking just off the top of my head, our public hospital, SMH, could potentially be very impacted, and we have a lot of partnerships with them with our CTE. And how could it impact some of our local services that we partner with as a school district? Is there anything we should be watching out for in that way?
Yeah, I mean, just from my perspective, y'all are elected representatives of your communities. I know that you have good relationships, strong relationships with the other folks, whether they're on the city council, county commission, your hospital leaders. You're going to be having those conversations, and you're probably going to be hearing from them, their concerns. That'll be kind of a local decision. I know that politically there's going to be probably a ton of money raised and spent by, organizations, whether it's law enforcement, local government, arts and cultural facilities, against this ballot initiative. On the flip side, I imagine that, the DeSantis administration will spearhead some sort of political committee raising money to support it. And then they'll kind of, same you've seen in the past, they'll probably use some state resources to push that as well. So it's going to be a big fight. And so I would say, you're just going to have to listen to your constituents and your local leaders to try to figure out the best path forward towards November.
Okay, thank you. And then this is a small thing, but I did notice that the required local effort was decreased slightly from 90% to 85%. And we had something happen, I think it was during our third calc or fourth calc, where it was actually 100% of our revenue went to vouchers. And so I'm wondering how are we going to enforce, is there any talk about how we're going to enforce this 85% if we can't even enforce the 90%?
That's a really good catch and a great point to bring up. Yes, they have been continuing to move that number to try to equalize. They don't want, obviously it's a really bad look. It's a bad look in general and politically to have 100% of your locally raised funds going to support, scholarships, not going to your public school district. This is part of the bigger conversation about the FEFP really being probably fundamentally broken in light of universal school choice. The legislature is going to continue to move that number to try to reshuffle that money and make sure that districts are not, your local property taxes are not only funding students who are in alternative, choice programs, but it's definitely part that I would call that a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. It's a big problem that needs to be addressed and fixed, but it's just that, and that's just the beginning of the solution.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I would like to echo my colleagues and Mr. Parento's thanks to our local delegation. Truly, the work you did this session was spectacular. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any further questions for Megan. Thank you so much for your work. I want to echo, I really do appreciate Mr. Parento, the work you've done. I really also want to reiterate the great partnership that we have with our local delegation. It makes a huge difference, and I'm really glad that you guys were able to highlight that. I know that certain calls you're taking calls at baseball games and trying to quickly move fast because these things move fast. And to me, I know that there is a true commitment to our schools, to our community, and it's reflected in that work, and also just the effort that you guys are able to monitor and move the ball forward up in Tallahassee. So I know that there are a lot of outstanding items. I think that, Megan, you do a really good job of highlighting at least what I feel that my takeaway is in certain conversations, and certainly with and even with Mr. Parento. But when it comes to the administrative side of things, I think it's very clear that lots of legislators, even if they've been historically outspoken and supportive of, school choice expansion or universal school choice, that the administrative side of it is in need of repair. So I believe those conversations, I'm confident, will continue moving ahead. So thank you so much. Are there any more questions for Megan before she goes? I know we're going to go through the implementation side next. All right, I don't see any else, so thank you so much.
Megan, thank you again for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Bye. Have a good one.
Thanks.
So now we'll move into the policy updates that have come from the legislative session. We have about 14 policies that were impacted by changes through legislation this year. And the first one is policy 2.22. That is our board meetings policy. This came from House Bill 1073, and it requires and specifies that certain documents must be kept as public records in meeting minutes. This includes agenda item attachments, vendor contracts, and budget documents. Second is policy 2.24, collective bargaining agreements. And this change requires that any funding that's appropriated by the legislature that's restricted to salaries and collective bargaining is needed, that must begin within 15 days of the effective date of the appropriation. So that would be your teacher salary increase allocation. Once that becomes effective on July 1st, any collective bargaining that needs to happen because of that has to begin within 15 days. And then if an agreement is not reached on how to distribute that funding within 30 days, an impasse must be declared. So it really speeds up that process.
Let me just interrupt you on that one really quickly, because that does impact us, right? I mean, moving forward into the additional money that they were allocating, although it may. So what does that look like? And is it through an MOU? Can you
Yeah,
talk to that?
I think what it will, we'll obviously have this conversation with SCTA, but I think the way that I'm imagining this would be to bifurcate this particular allocation with any other compensation increases and negotiations that would occur after we know exactly who shows up in enrollment and what our revenue looks like more closer to October, November time period. But if we have to do that separately, I think we can work something out with our partners over at SCTA on this particular allocation. So it's almost a two-part process.
Okay, thank you.
And again, this year in that teacher salary increase allocation, there is that restriction that it's for teachers who have been in public schools for more than 10 years. So it does somewhat limit where those negotiations can go between the school district and our union partners.
And what questions, I'm sorry, I should have asked Megan, and you may know this, is when I wrote down in my notes, I remember years ago there was the definition of teacher or classroom teacher. What is that specified narrowly to the point where we clearly understand what that is?
It is specified with what the classroom teacher is defined as.
Okay, thank you.
Next policy is policy 6.10, employment of personnel. This adds that prohibition that school districts cannot require or incentivize an employee to sign a non-disclosure or confidentiality agreement. Next policy is 4.65, virtual instruction, and this expands the parental information that must be provided beyond just Florida Virtual School to any virtual instruction provider or the district's virtual instruction program. Policy 5.70, student records. This comes from House Bill 757, which was the school safety bill. This year, that school safety bill really focused on post-secondary education, but the one provision in here that applies to school districts is the requirement that when educational records of a student contain information related to threat management records or other behavioral patterns, and the student enrolls in a Florida college system or state university, those student records must be transferred as a part of those student records. We already do that from school district to school district when a student transfers. This now just requires that to be a part of the student's record that goes to one of those post-secondary institutions. Policy 7.34, acceptance of credit, debit cards, and online payments. House Bill 967 requires that local governments accept online payments. It also allows those local governments to charge the customer any fees that come from accepting online payments or credit cards. Policy 3.24 is safe and secure schools. This change actually came from changes from DOE rulemaking. This allows district school safety specialists to designate staff members to assist with their duties. We have to provide that information to the Florida Department of Education annually, and the superintendent must designate a district bullying contact for investigations related to bullying, and also that information has to be reported to the DOE annually. Policy 3.242 is our locked doors policy. They make minor changes to the active staffing requirement that it's in reference to the gate or access point. Previously, it was a little bit vague, and there were some questions as to what that was applying to. Now they went in and cleared that up. And it also removes the ability for the designee of the district school safety specialist to document compliance of a gate or access point that it's not subject to those requirements. So that now must be done by the district school safety specialist. Policy 8.16 is our emergency drills and plans. There are minor changes that were made by the DOE to the requirements of our after action reports that we complete after we do drills and what the reports must include. Policy 5.305 is our threat management policy. This also were minor changes from DOE rulemaking to training requirements for Florida model trainers, roles for a district threat management team, and alignment to the incorporation of the Florida Safety and Threat Management Portal. Policy 5.80 is our athletics policy. Mr. Edwards, hopefully I'll be able to clear up a couple of the questions that you had on this. The law now defines eligible student to include students in any educational setting and treat them all the same way. Previously, private school students had certain restrictions for their participation at a public school. Charter schools had different restrictions. Homeschool students had different restrictions. Students in a non-traditional public school like a Pine View or some of our other programs had different requirements and restrictions for where they were eligible to participate. This now aligns those all the same. It allows students to participate in an extracurricular activity at the school they're enrolled or at another school if their school of enrollment does not offer that activity. So if you're at a charter school that doesn't have basketball, you can participate at one of our schools. If you're at a private school that doesn't have basketball, same thing. But the participation must be at a school within the district where the student lives. So no longer can you have a private school student in Manatee County or Charlotte County participating in athletics or extracurricular activities at one of our schools. The only caveat to that is if no school in that county offers the activity. So there are a couple of sports that we offer that neighboring counties do not. Those students would still be able to participate at one of our public schools in that sport if it's not offered in that county. The other thing that this does is an eligible student may not participate in extracurricular activities at two different schools during the same year. We've had students in the past that have done football in the fall at one school and then transferred to another school for baseball in the spring. That is no longer an option unless you have a waiver from the FHSAA. If you're a military family, you move because of a change of custody, something like that, and there is an appeal process, but that lives with FHSAA. And really, if you participate in off-season training in July at one school, you're locked in at that school for the entire school year. So we're working with our athletic directors to make sure they have that information out to families ahead of time so they know that once they participate, there's really not many options if they decide to transfer to another school. Policy 4.40, extracurricular program, we just aligned this with our athletics policy to make sure that all of those changes are the same within there with all of our extracurricular activities. Policy 4.72, we had a separate policy for participation of home ed and private school students in extracurricular activities. Now, because they're all defined the same way as an eligible student within state law, we feel like we can repeal this policy and move forward with the athletics policy and the extracurricular policy that we have in place with the changes that are recommended. Policy 4.111 is our PE policy. These were changes from a couple of bills, 1279 in the House and 453 in the House. This allows 2 years of marching band to satisfy both the PE and the performing arts requirement for a high school diploma. This was really a minor fix bill from last year. Last year it was an or in the legislation, now it's and. This also allows for a student with disabilities to participate in the Special Olympics for one school year and use that to satisfy their PE requirement for a high school diploma. And it allows for completion of 1 credit in a dance techniques course to also satisfy that PE requirement. Policy 7.25, this is a policy revision that we're bringing forward outside of legislative changes. We have larger changes that are proposed for this policy, but we're still fine-tuning those. We felt like right now we at least want to move forward with this. This proposed revision requires that employee positions established through temporary grants terminate when the grant funding ends unless authorized by the superintendent to continue using a different funding source. It also requires that employees hired to fill those positions must sign an acknowledgement as a part of their employment paperwork that the position will terminate at the expiration of the grant. This allows for that full transparency as somebody's being hired to a grant-funded position, that they know it is temporary unless that's approved by the superintendent. And the next policy is a new policy that we're bringing forward that we feel will address, hopefully, some issues around safety on campus. And this is the use of electric personal transportation on campus, more broadly, e-bikes. We know these are more and more popular. We know there are certain laws around them, but they are still able to be ridden on campus by students. And we're trying to address that increased use and some of the safety issues. This establishes consistent expectations to reduce the risks of injury, property damage, and disruption to school operations within the use of e-bikes. It sets clear guardrails for permitted and prohibited devices, and it designates areas for use, speed expectation, and requirements for parking for students and staff members and parents that are riding e-bikes on campus. Violations can result in the loss of privileges and other disciplinary consequences depending on the severity of those violations. And the intent is to reinforce that safe behavior on e-bikes or other similar devices to reduce the potential for accidents and maintain orderly environments. We don't want to have people riding bikes through the car line and weaving in and out of traffic. That is an incredible safety risk. We know that we can't control the use of them off campus, but we hope that by reinforcing these safe expectations on campus, they'll take that with them when they're off campus as well. So that is the policy revisions for now, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Parento. Mrs. Marinelli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Parento, at some point, looking at the use of the e-bikes, I don't know if there's been any discussion on golf carts, because those, at some of the schools that I have gone to, the golf carts weave in and out, and it is a safety hazard. So I don't know if that will be addressed in the future. We can't control it, like you said, when they're off campus, but when they're on campus, of where they're parking, how they drop kids off. Because, I think of one of our schools that's right on 41, and 2 other roads, and it causes a lot of issues for safety.
Yes, ma'am, we will definitely take a look at that. We've worked with Chief Enos, we've worked with our school principals to try to encompass this definition in a way that will cover as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I just have, and please forgive me if I'm missing this, but on the athletics, so I know, I understand the whole thing of, homeschool choice. Are families allowed, do they have to stay within their zone, their district at school, or can they go to pick any school to do the athletics? Because I'm thinking of football, and that can cause some big issues.
So we have a pretty comprehensive athletic choice process within our district. And last year, Mr. Slayton and I went up to Tallahassee and presented to a House subcommittee on our athletic choice policy when really this process of making these changes began. And it is within any school within the district. It doesn't have to be their zoned school, but there's a process for how that goes.
Do you ever deny?
There are denials that happen, and there are more denials that are happening now because of some of these new changes to make sure that we're in alignment. One thing I will say is we just got new information from FHSAA last week that if an out-of-county student is currently on a roster this previous school year, they will be grandfathered to remain at that school for the extension of their high school career. If they are at, say, Northport High School on a roster last year and they decide, oh, I live in Charlotte County, but I want to go to Sarasota High, they can't do that. That would then revert them back to it has to be within their school district, but they can remain at the school they were on a roster for last year.
Okay, thank you. And the last one, this is just a comment on the grants management. I think that is a very prudent thing to do, is make this a school board policy, because in my years of working, sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, and then you had to find that person a position. So I think that this is very prudent, especially what happened with the ESSER dollars, and because that was a boondoggle, to put it mildly. So thank you for that, and thank you to everybody that worked on this. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli. Mrs. Barker.
Thank you. I'm happy with these policy updates. They look great, particularly the EPTs. But I will say I do have a 10-year-old who does take his little electric scooter to school every day, and I'm glad he will still get to do that safely with his helmet. That said, I also have a question about the sports. So I was thinking, and perhaps we've already taken care of this in our internal policies, but so let's say a family gets redistricted from Venice High School to the new Welland Park High School, but their student wants to play football for Venice, so they choose to homeschool their student. Can they then play football in Venice as a homeschool student, or must they go to Welland Park? I'm still not quite clear on that.
They would be able to go through that athletic choice process to try to either remain at Venice or go somewhere else. If they maybe want to go to Riverview, Sarasota High, Booker, whatever school it may be, they would be able to go through that athletic choice process to try to stay at whatever school they want to be at.
And so there's really no benefit then to pulling your kid and homeschooling them and thinking that then you'll be able to play high school football at Venice as opposed to Welland Park?
That would be up to every family to decide what they think is beneficial with where to put their student. But one thing to keep in mind about the athletic choice process, it allows you the eligibility to participate. It does not guarantee you a spot on a roster or that you will make the team or that you will get playing time on that team. It allows you the ability to try out at that school and see if you can earn a position on the roster or a starting spot on the team. And if you don't, because of the new legislation, you would not be able to try to athletic choice into a different school to participate in that sport or another sport the same school year.
Great, okay. And then I have another question, and this may just not be permitted, but is there any opportunity for us, I know we're a step-up vendor, and is there any opportunity to charge a fee to students who are not, who their FTE funding isn't already coming to us. I mean, I pay a fee for my kid to play soccer. I don't know. I'm just like, how do we cover that? I'm sure it's not an insane additional expense, but there is an additional expense to students using weight equipment and coaching services and,
There is an ability now, they added that this year, that you could charge that extracurricular activity fee. There are a lot of different components within that for how you justify it as a school district for what you're charging, who you're charging, when you're charging. If they participate in multiple sports, do you charge them for each sport they're participating in? Is it one time, one fee? Is it a recurring fee? And there's also a component to that because the bill was just signed a couple of weeks ago, that fee structure would have to be workshopped and approved by the board by July 1st every year. And there are certain groups of students that you can't charge more than you charge your traditional public school students for participation in extracurricular activities. So hypothetically, if we're not charging a public school student to participate in athletics, we could not charge a homeschool student for participation. We would be able to charge a private school student or a charter school student, but that's really where it gets into the weeds of breaking down what the actual added expense is for certain non-traditional students versus traditional public school students.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I think that's something I'd be open to at least looking into as we go through this process, and maybe it's something we have to try it and figure out what it actually looks like first. I don't know, but I just wanted to flag that. So thank you. I'm good.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, go ahead.
That was going to be my area of concentration about the extracurricular fees. I think at this moment, because of the timing of all of this, I would be most interested in making sure that we have a mechanism that's capturing the kids that are participating in extracurricular activities throughout this coming school year, to figure out if it's the juice is worth the squeeze in terms of should we be charging. But I think we do need to have a mechanism that's capturing how many of those students we're serving.
And we do. I've worked closely with Tony Miller, our district athletics director, on this, and we can get that breakdown of how many of our student athletes are our students, how many are non-traditional public school students, how many are charter, private, home education. I mean, we even have the number of how many of those out-of-county students are going to be grandfathered for their remaining time here in the school district. So we can have all of that information.
I'd like to see
Thank you for that. I was going to ask a similar question as far as a lot of these components have existed, although they've been tweaked. So, obviously the goal is to ensure it's not being weaponized or there's unforeseen consequences. So it's wonderful to hear that we have been tracking that. But to Mrs. Barker's question about the Venice and Welland Park example, just to be clear, if they were redistricted and they were currently at Venice, are they grandfathered? If they were to go to homeschooling, like in the example she used, would they be grandfathered in at Venice?
For athletics, they would have to go through the athletic choice process.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that part up. Thank you very much. And then I do want to emphasize 7.25, the grant management. I really do appreciate you working on that. I know when I had brought it up, you said you were already in the process of working on it, but I just want to reiterate that, certainly during ESSER and CARES and all the federal funding during COVID and after was extraordinary. And I can't imagine in the future that hopefully we don't have a scenario like that again, but it certainly, created a situation that has created a lot of heartburn where it's having to, rework and rephase out basically over 2 years, a lot of additional positions. And I think those members of staff were not necessarily privy to the temporary funding. So I really do appreciate this in the spirit of transparency and full disclosure for those professionals who do come work for us. So thank you for that. If there are no additional comments or questions, then we'll conclude on agenda item number 1, and I will hand it over to Mr. Cano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to move on to item 2, which is the Financial Advisory Committee Annual Report. And
I'm happy to say that we have the chair of our Financial Advisory Committee, Ms. Taylor Collins, who is going to present this as we do each and every year. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Why, thank you. Thank you all for having me. Super excited. Most of y'all know who I am, Taylor Collins. I own a business in town. I'm a second generation Sarasotan, so I was born and raised here, educated here in both public, private, and parochial. We had interesting school choice back then. My father had been educated here in the public school system as well, and now I'm educating my 10-year-old son here as well. We switched from a charter school during COVID to public, and we're very, very pleased with that decision. So thank you all for your hard work. He is doing phenomenal, and I appreciate the principal and all the administration and faculty there at his school. So just wanted to point that out. I am honored and privileged to be the chair, except I think it was more of I was the most tenured, so I got voluntold. But it has truly been fascinating to learn the background with the referendum and how those dollars are being spent. And quite frankly, if any parents are out there listening, out of all the meetings I think that they should attend during the year, this one I think was the most valuable for me as a parent and as a business owner in town. So it was very fascinating to listen to all the legislative changes. So this is our current board members. I don't know if you can see it. There we go. Okay. I will come to the end of my tenure in November. I don't know if, I think most of y'all remember, we did make a change to the bylaws to help with gaining participation with the committee. It was usually a committee-led effort to get participation, but we changed that to have more be board appointed by y'all, so thank you. And so there'll be a few of us stepping off this coming November, myself including, as well as, I believe, Scott Pinkerton. But we've got some amazing new committee members that have stepped up and have really asked the salient questions. Jennifer Johnston is in the audience as well, supporting. So that will help. That way, not everybody will end on the same time, so we'll have some good historic knowledge. So just a reference to the ballot language. It is included in the ballot language to have an independent citizens oversight committee to which we're honored to serve. Our job is not necessarily, obviously, to dictate where dollars are spent, but to ask the hard questions, to serve the citizens and to represent the business interests and parents of the area on how the referendum is being spent. And what we've tried to do is make sure that the dollars are being spent for these various items that are included in the referendum. So that's basically our oversight. We don't have a lot of decision-making abilities, but we are there to provide some maybe different thoughts. So I'll go over the financials, the achievements, which I think are very positive this year. So hopefully you'll have a nice end on my presentation. And then one of the developments we're trying to create for the upcoming referendum that was just voted in 2024. We're proud to say, and as you guys know, we're well above the board requirement of 7.5%. We've earned several certificate of achievements for our financial reporting, and I want to commend Gabby, who has kind of come into the middle of it with the exit of Bonnie. So to have those certificates of achievement be received, I think is a testament to her leadership. And then, of course, our Moody's credit rating is phenomenal, and it's the highest issued for Florida school districts. So congratulations. This is a visual of where we are in our general funds, well above, again, the 7.5%. We're at about 12.5%. And then, of course, state statute would require us to be monitored if we fell below 2%, but obviously we are nowhere close, so that's fantastic. We did want to add the ESSER dollars. I know this is kind of a topic of conversation that I'm sure you guys are all having with your constituents in terms of all the cuts, but just as a reminder that the ESSER dollars that were provided in 2020 are going away. They ended in 2024, so I know Superintendent Connor and y'all have really worked with the budget and tried to not cut where you could, and then that also was shared with charter school funds. Any questions so far? I think these are numbers you probably all have seen. The taxable values obviously have changed a little bit. 63 billion in 2026 and up to 116 billion expected for 2016 and 116 billion in 2026. So obviously a lot of growth. People are still wanting to come to Sarasota, as they should. And we do expect continued growth, but it seems to have slowed. So as you can see, it's not necessarily as strong. We might even have a little decrease of 0.34% from prior year. But I was happy to hear about the property tax and all the budget increases that we were able to obtain. So just want to make sure. This is a visual of how it is spread out. Property taxes obviously are the bulk of the budget. 11% is the millage, the referendum, and then the sales tax, the surplus, our portion of that is 3% of the budget, along with some other local sources. I actually was surprised at the 18% of local sources as well. General fund revenue, and I think you can kind of see here where it started to slow. We went in 2021 to 2022 with a large increase in the voted millage of 20 million. And then you're seeing the slow in 2023 to 2024. But again, I think we still, and Gabby, correct me if I'm wrong, it should go up a little bit, just not as hard. And then this 1 cent sales tax, the surplus, is going from 32 to 33 million in 2024-25. Current spend for our referendum, we kind of broke out what the referendum actually stated. There's actually no tracking necessarily, specific tracking on how the dollars out of the referendum are spent based on what was in the referendum language. So I'll go into that a little bit of our little project that we're working on to have better tracking of that. But these are kind of the percentages of where it was spent with the current ability to do that. So educational arts programs were obviously the bulk of it. High quality staff, recruit, retain, and reward was the second. Charter school proportionate share was 13%. Guidance counselors, security. You do have to have a little bit of ESP when you're doing the referendum budgeting and plans, because obviously we voted in 2024 and we're now looking all the way out to 2030. So I remember when we did the original review for the 2024 prior referendum, you went from school security conversations to obviously masks and other security measures that weren't necessarily physical but internal. So it's interesting how y'all are able to put that together with that ESP and then additional school support in general. And I think that's where we want to dive into a little bit more detail with the upcoming project. The surtax, this funds capital projects. I think a lot of the citizens get that a little confused. The millage property is for everyday teacher operational items, and then that extra tax portion that we receive is for capital projects. So these were some of the higher ticket items that were used. I did try and get an Oak Park Special Olympics track picture. I thought that would be really fun, but I don't know if we've done that yet. So I put that out to the marketing team. I think that's really, really cool. And then, it's a heck of a lot more interesting than HVAC, which is necessary as I'm finding your HVAC system works in this building. I am freezing. So, and then educational quality. This is the fun part. And again, as I've been educated here and I'm educating my son here, I can truly attest to the quality of education in Sarasota. I do want to give my little 2 cents. A lot of the changes, and I put this out to the citizens, a lot of the changes that I think the governor and the legislature are trying to make in terms of funding for schools and school choice, really, while it does apply to us, it wasn't meant for us. Sarasota has always had a phenomenal school system. and I'm a product of it. My siblings are a product, and my father's a product of it. So I feel, I reference that word feel, that it wasn't meant for us. Because obviously the scores and the performance that we've had over the last 50 years can attest to that. So we, again, 21 years of A performance. 90% of our schools earned an A or a B. A lot of them went up, which is great. And then charter schools, 71% of them earned an A or a B rating. So we have no failing schools, which I think we can all attest is wonderful, but I wouldn't expect any under Superintendent Connor. English language testing went up. We are far and above what the Florida average is. And I think this is amazing given what we came out of with COVID and some of the extras we had to put forth in reading retention. We clearly outperform everybody. So congratulations to you guys. Mathematics is the same. We're well and above where the Florida average is. And then science as well, which I did not do as well in. But we're up well above Florida as well for that. Graduation rate, this is what I think is the most amazing piece, is at 94.3%. That is the highest graduation rate of Sarasota County ever. So I want to commend you guys for that amazing statistic. And I look forward to it being 95% next year. We did fund the arts. You funded the arts. These are some pictures. And then this is the new language, ballot language, that the citizens voted overwhelmingly in 84% support for the referendum, highest we've ever achieved as well. And I always have to mention, not only was it on the ballot, but it was on the back of the second page. So you really had to find it and vote for it. So that's just amazing. And I think that's a huge voice that the citizens had, that we care about the education system in Sarasota County. Again, we're trying to retain quality teachers, which is, we're already well and above the state requirement. Workforce training, I think, is huge. That also goes into retaining quality teachers, because when you're green, you grow. When you're ripe, you rot, is our motto. So we always want our teachers and our administration growing. Safety and security. Thank you all for keeping our kids secure. Preserve the arts, upgrade technology and classroom resources. I'm super excited that you guys are already ahead of many of my insurance companies I work for, in that they don't take online payments. So you are always already ahead of insurance companies. Bravo. Funding educational programs and school operational needs, and then continuing the shared funds with the charter schools proportionate with student enrollment. So the term will be 2026 to 2030. So again, you have to have a little bit of ESP to figure out what is going to be the operational needs of the schools district, and then to continue the independent citizen oversight the Financial Oversight Committee. And what I'd share with that is, as those of you that will go and reappoint your committee members, we are grateful that we have a nice, diverse industry background. We have business owners, we have nonprofit executives, we have people that can read a balance sheet. So we would like to continue that as you consider who you appoint for the upcoming year. Our priorities, and this is kind of what I'm leaving the committee. Thank you, Gabby, for taking the lead on it. And I know Jennifer will do a good job as well. But again, we're trying to create what we call dashboards to be able to track and communicate where the funds are actually going. There just really has never been classed out pieces of, was that referendum dollars for that specific teacher training, or that specific art program, or that specific technology. There just really hasn't been that transparency. So we'd love to create something that the citizens can view that makes sense, translated in English. I know there was something about the legislative agenda to put line item budgets on the website. That is going to be fun for you, because the more information you give, sometimes the more questions come up. And then, of course, we have new member orientation and board appointments coming up, which we look to you to provide. And our next meeting is August 25th. So any questions?
Thank you so much for that presentation. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Taylor, thank you very much for this presentation and the whole committee. This, like you said, is one of the most important things that we wish the community knew, because we all know that there's so much misinformation out there, how the budget is done. So I think anything that provides the most transparency of where those dollars, and it, would be nice if somehow this information could really get out to the public to know that the dollars are not being squandered or misused, or any of us board members are getting rich from the budgets, monies. But I appreciate this. This breaks it down to where it's pretty understandable for most people. So
I'll
thank
give
you.
Gabby and her team credit for that as
Yep.
well. We worked a few meetings to play with, even tried to use a little AI to spice it up a little bit. But no, I appreciate it. And to your point, the meetings are open to the public. So anybody is allowed. We're in the sunshine. So everything is public knowledge. So should community want to participate in that, they are more than welcome to. It's just never really an exciting topic. So, but yeah, I appreciate that.
No, it's not exciting, but it's the most important.
Yep. I think that's fascinating to know the difference between the millage and the surplus tax. I mean, because I serve on the Board of Trustees with State College of Florida with Karen Rose, and we are constantly having those questions in terms of the state provides a budget, but it's not necessarily used operational, it's for capital projects, and we have no say in that. So I appreciate this opportunity to educate the public.
Thank you. Mrs. Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you, Mrs. Collins, to you and your team. These are volunteer positions, and they're very vital for our community to know that we have pieces in place. And I really want to thank you and your team for recommending a dashboard that really puts together exactly what are the referendum dollars being spent on, or if there's any changes on that, what they are, as to what was advertised in the ballot and the rationale behind it. I think that would be a spectacular piece for our community. And again, thank you very much for all your volunteer work here and in the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
I too want to thank you for your service. You've been working on that committee for a while, and I appreciate your perseverance and your dedication, and for chairing, stepping up to the chair. The other piece that I value is hearing it from a parent's perspective, hearing how your specific child is enjoying the public education. I always enjoy hearing that from Mrs. Barker as well. So hearing the connection from how the referendum, how the school district, how the board, how the committee, how our families are benefiting from public education. I appreciate that voice, and thank you again for your service.
Thank you. We truly believe education is the great equalizer. If we can provide a positive educational experience for low cost, I think the whole community will benefit. So, anything else?
Well, I just want to thank you, Mrs. Collins, for this. The volunteer work of it. I know many of the members on there have been serving for a long time, and it takes a lot of passion. I really want to emphasize what you had mentioned about the tracking. I know that Mr. Pinkerton, for example, since I've been on the board, has highlighted that, and I know that that's something I think is really important. Now, I know in prior CFOs, because this has been a long conversation of request, to which I support, that the funds, trying to track it, et cetera. So I'm very excited that you're participating in this, because we have had a very generous community, as noted, and I will note that it was on a general ballot. So not only was it 84%, but we had the largest participation ever, and we didn't have to pay extra money to be on a special election. So which is great. Yeah. But I do think that being able to highlight specifically where that money goes is only one. It's our responsibility, from a fiduciary standpoint, but also it's a great opportunity to continue that support, so people do see that transparency. So really appreciate to hear that, and thank you for all your service and your work on the advisory council. Are there any additional comments?
I do thank Superintendent Connor for his work on getting the fees in the legislative committee. I know it was other team members as well, but that was a huge coup, and I think it was well worth it. So.
We agree. Very much so. Thank you so much, Mrs. Collins. I will just note on this, I know that we really only have two board sanctioned committees. One is the Financial Advisory Committee and the other is the Audit Committee. And Mrs. Tompkins and I are she's working on getting a date scheduled with all the committee members over the next month or so. So I just wanted to update the board on that, and then we can brief the board on what's happening in that space. Mr. Connor, next up.
All right, thank you again. And we're going to move on to our third topic, which is the student progression plan. And I will hand it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Rachel O'Day.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Similar to the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan that I discussed with you guys last month, this is similar in a sense that it is brought to you for review annually, so we can share any updates we are making and then also submit it to the state for approval. So we're going to look at this in 4 parts. We're going to just remind ourselves of what the requirements are for the student progression plan. Then we'll go over comprehensive updates that are impacting pre-K through 12 students, break it down by elementary, and then end with our secondary updates. So it's important for everyone to remember that this is a set of policies and procedures developed to provide pathways for progression from one grade level to the next while students are in our public education system. Again, it's presented to the board annually and then also to the state for approval. And this is something that all 67 school districts must have on deck to guide community members and staff as we plan for the progression of our students from one grade level to the next. We don't have a lot of changes, which is a good thing. We've made more changes previously than we are today. The changes today are specifically reflecting any statute or rule changes or just areas we said we can do a little bit better that we found it to either be clunky, not user-friendly, or just not clear. So you'll hear more about that as we go through the updates. The first one, you'll see all through your red line that you all have previewed and read, that we removed English language learners from multiple sections within the progression plan. Our guidance doesn't change, our practice doesn't change, no statute has changed, it's just in one place. So that if you're looking for information specifically about that demographic of student, you can go right to that location. Because not every part of the progression plan is referencing English language learners, and you would really have to hunt and peck to really find that information. And then in some cases, it was repetitive. So we felt like condensing that and putting it in one place, it was just way more user-friendly for staff and for families. So that's the only change there. And then we looked at some terminology that we felt was lending us to making untimely decisions. We had some circumstances where students may have not been progressing in the right direction. I'm saying progressing, but the word fail was in here. It said when a student is to fail. We added language to say at the end of a grading period or within the semester, because that can happen at any time depending on the grade level and the coursework that you're in. And we want people to make timely decisions about informing our families, not just when it happens or it's about to happen, but knowing those indicators that are showing we're not getting there. If we don't get this assessment, if we don't increase the work we're turning in or whatever the issue may be, we need to make those decisions in a timely manner. And that language was lending itself to untimely decisions. So we wanted to call that out specifically for our staff so that they understand there's a timing with these communications with our families. Something that we did in response to this as well is we piloted a progress alert system within our student information system. So Sarasota Middle School and Riverview High School, this fourth quarter, they piloted progress alerts, and it pushes out automatically to all families, and it could fall anywhere between the 4th and the 5th week of the grading period, which the grading period is 9 weeks, which we felt was enough time for a student to demonstrate where they are, whether it's accelerated progress or lack thereof, and families are informed in totality of the grades to that point. So it's not leaning on, do I remember to call this student, especially for our secondary teachers who have a large caseload. You just have to have your grades in at a certain time, and it's going to push it out automatically, creating that two-way communication immediately between parent and staff. So we're excited about that. That is something we're going to be doing in all secondary schools next year for every quarter, and then we will move that down to also elementary. Elementary's reporting systems are a little bit different and not as straightforward, so we need a little bit more time to be thoughtful about how that would make sense for that two-way communication between the focus system and our families. So we're excited about that. When we look at elementary updates, these are, again, one of them is statute related, which is looking at our summer bridge participation for VPK. In the past, that was something new, and they were looking at anyone scoring below the 10th percentile. That was maybe 5 children in Sarasota County schools. And you're not mandated to participate in the support we can provide if you're scoring there. So we didn't host any students for that because they didn't attend. But now we're opening that up to the 25th percentile, which makes a lot more sense statistically. For those that are into that, we will have more access to students that would want to take advantage of this intervention. So we will have that data shortly, if not already, actually. We probably already have it because PM3 is over, and that's what we look at is how our students performed on that PM3 assessment and who falls into that window and who we can offer that program. We do send out the invitations, and we only host based on the participation that we're getting back for that. So that was a statute-related change. And then the other changes were really more, again, clarity for our staff in the decision-making. So report card levels in elementary school, you have two. You have am I performing above, on, or below level, in alignment to an achievement score, which can be anything from an A to an F. And there was a one word that was hanging people up between I'm instructed and performing, or I'm instructed and or performing. So when you do the and or, it allows them to look at it more collaboratively than just it has to be both, because it technically doesn't have to be both. And really, we're looking at modified instruction. If I'm in advanced coursework and I'm being instructed above level, that should be the performance level that you're assigned. If can still be in a gen ed classroom and I'm getting modified instruction below level, I may want to be marking below level on performance with the subsequent achievement level. So that gives school-based staff more collaborative work together in making those determinations. There's definitely looking forward in elementary, there's a desire to get a focus group together and really talk about our grading practices and policies, because it's an area that we want to continue to work on. But that was a place and space that we felt like we were giving people more autonomy and looking at what they're doing in the instructional levels, especially when you think of tiered instruction and scaffolding. It just depends, and it's very fluid at that age. So it really loosened that up for our staff. And you can see these are the red line versions for that. If you're looking just in the document, we did want to highlight them there for the community if you wanted to see those changes specifically. Another area, and this was not statute driven, this was just wanting to, when you know better, you want to do better. And Ms. Minnelli, Dr. Chappell, and Mr. Parento created an appeal procedure that we did not have. So if an elementary family is in disagreement with a decision about grade promotion or retention, that can be appealed. And not that they weren't appealing, but there wasn't a standard district-wide process, and we needed that to make sure that decisions were made equitably and fairly across the entire district. It didn't matter where you were and who you were talking to, but we're all thinking in alignment for what's best for the students across every elementary school. So they did create that and put that in place. So now it's referenced in our pupil progression plan. If someone is considering appealing something, it's going to direct them to that procedure, and we'll go through that process with the families. But it is important to note that it's a state law, third grade, that's not an option. That is a hard, fast law with the state, so we do not appeal those decisions. So that's also referenced in the student progression plan. Another area that was just more clarity was our students that may be eligible for moving above their age-appropriate grade. We just updated the assessment information for that, moving it to fast assessment data. It was aligned to old assessment language and also referencing the level 5 specifically. And again, that is something that goes through a process and for us to collaborate on and make the best decision for the student based on the data that we have. Again, these are the red line versions for anyone that is interested in wanting to see that. Again, the promotion criteria and just updating that based on fast assessment data. And then lastly, in secondary, we do have 4 updates, and 3 of the 4 are actually based on statute and rule revisions. So the first one, the removal of the certificate of completion language. Students were able to earn that in the past, which is an alternative to a GED, an alternative to graduating with your 4-year cohort. And when that was in place, there weren't as many opportunities and pathways in place for a student to graduate more traditionally, which we prefer because that has a better impact on their post-secondary opportunities. So it's discouraging away from that, but we have a lot of things in place between grade forgiveness policies, waivers for ESC students in testing, our Project 10 process, multiple ways to earn a concordance score, that we're just moving them into an area where if you get a GED, that's better than a certificate of completion. If you're an ESC student, you can request a 5th year. So there are multiple ways that they can graduate differently. That's just no longer one of them, but we do think that that is setting students up for better success post-secondary, having something more substantial to offer up as a qualification moving into whatever pathway they decide. The other area is our concordance scores. So the PSAT is something that our students can earn as a concordance score, but our 10th graders were absolutely taking that before their PM3 assessment. And then the PM3 assessment wasn't very important to them anymore. And it's important in a different way, right? We want the concordance score, but we also want to make sure we're tracking how they're doing as readers in 10th grade. So you cannot take the PSAT as a concordance score until after PM3. So they're going to focus on their PM3 assessment and then focus on the PSAT, because both are equally valuable in different ways, and reversing that order is making a big difference for our students. And lastly, the state wants to standardize how we're weighting GAs, which again is a good thing because we were weighting differently than maybe Charlotte County and Hillsborough County, but really when you're going to a state university or coming out of Florida, that weighting you shouldn't need a manual for that. This should be standard. So they are saying for our honors level 3 courses, we're going to be giving a full credit, and in the past we were giving a half. And then the AP, ACE, and IB courses, we were giving a half credit, and now we're giving a full credit. That is still in rulemaking, but we do have it here because we do expect that to move forward. If something is to change, we could always revise that before we submit it to the state. And then again, that's our red line, very short in secondary. You won't see a red line for the certificate of completion. It was just removed in totality. And those are the updates for our student progression plan. Mr. Connor?
Mrs. Rose, you're right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say job well done. As a principal for 14 years, it's glorious to see that you've hardwired the working below grade level. Performance is huge for clarity on where the student actually is, and also the progress alerts are so important. My question is there a way of knowing that it's reaching the family, the parent, the guardian with appropriate contact information, which can sometimes be a challenge?
So when a student is at risk of failing, we're not, the progress alert is a fail-safe, but we are expecting a more communication than that. A full form from the teacher, if the teacher needs support from student support services staff or administration, that is an expectation that we contact someone. Not that I tried, but that we did. And that, varies from school to school, but that is the expectation. As far as if we receive confirmation in focus, I don't know the answer to that. Do you know the answer, Chris? Go ahead. Okay, well.
Can you repeat that?
It can be set up within Focus that you receive an alert that the family has not just received the message in their family portal account, but also that they have clicked on that message and read that message. And there are ways that it can be done, and we do it in other areas where they can't do anything else in Focus before they read and acknowledge that.
That's huge. That's excellent. I think that our accountability to partnering with parents and their rights. So that piece is in place now, or it's something that the superintendent can consider?
Yeah, so what we're doing, we've got the pilot that we launched at the very end of the year with the 2 schools. We're going to be rolling out more universally once we hammer out a few more details. And then to your point, we can put a technology feature in that requires, before you go any further into Focus, there's an acknowledgement that you have a report. And that will all take place as we roll out the 26-27 school year.
Great news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Barker.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that about the progress report because I received one at the end of the year and I was like, ooh, this is exciting. I'm thrilled that we're doing that. But I worry that perhaps it could get kind of lost in the sauce. You know, there's so much, we get so many emails every day as parents. And so I was wondering, and I love the idea of a technology fix to flag it. Does that only happen if the student is not meeting expectations, or will all parents have to click yes?
Yes. So the important piece of doing the progress report is for a universal communication, regardless of where you're standing academically, above grade level, below grade level. To the point about below grade level, there has to be additional touch points. This is more of the tier 1 universal notification. Here's where your student stands academically at this point in the quarter. I'd like to, we talked about this and we actually had this as a part of negotiations last year, where there is an expectation that teachers will have up-to-date grades by at least a checkpoint. And we've decided that to be the 4th or 5th week of the quarter, right, at minimum. Teachers update their grades more frequently than that, but at the fourth week of the quarter, we would send out universally this progress report, and theoretically, every grade should be up to date to that point in the quarter. So any outstanding assignments are all put into the grade book, so it reflects what the student's progress is at that time. And so that's really the big change, right? That there is a universal expectation and notification that goes out. There has always been a long-standing practice and codified in the student progression plan when a student is falling below grade level, D or F, that it is the expectation that the teachers are making contact with the parents to let them know that this communication is serving as a scholarship warning that your student is in danger of failing if things don't change. And that will continue to be the case. So there's multi-layers, and I kind of look at the progress report push out electronically as a universal tier 1 approach to that.
Very good, thank you. And then I had another question about the VPK Summer Bridge program, and I'm thrilled that we're including the bottom quartile. That just makes sense. That's how we analyze our data anyways. But I'm wondering, is this how are we funding that, since now we're going to have this increased participation of students? Was that provided for in the mandate, or is that coming?
Any summer programming that's mandated by the state comes with funding.
Great. Well, the news just gets better and better. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have any idea of the percentage of parents that don't utilize Focus or can't utilize Focus for that kind of information? And what do you do?
Yes,
Help those parents.
We do have those numbers. I don't have Mr. Ben Swinger here to get that, but it's relatively high in terms of registration, right? We don't, I'll have to check to see the activity levels at which we're able to pull that data to know how many times people are logging in. What is that?
Yeah, I don't mean that, excuse me for interrupt, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just meant for like the notices that your child's not performing well. Do we have any kind of tracking to know if they're not able to utilize the Focus for a variety of reasons? And then do we have outreach to those parents?
Yes, we do have multiple ways to make those connections, but to your point, we can pull the data to see of those who may not be performing well, how many have technology barriers. Is that to your?
That's kind, yeah. And just I'm curious because I know that we do have them.
Yeah.
And sometimes parents don't understand. So I know in the past we've utilized student services staff, social workers, but to make those contacts with parents. So just to know that there are.
Fortunately, we are in an age because you can get Focus on your phone now, and just about universally everyone has a smartphone, with maybe the exception of a few people, but there is that ability, and I think there's ways to make those connections regardless of some of the barriers, maybe financially or economically,
Yeah.
with technology.
Okay. And then, now I think I heard this. You know, this is always an ongoing conversation that over the decades, education and academics have been dummied down. So it sounded like there's going to be more accountability. This is what your student has earned, with some exceptions on students that are in those tiered, but it still is, their grade is what they've earned. Did I understand that?
You're talking about the instructional levels for elementary? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so.
Well, and really everything, but mostly elementaries where you hear it that we coddle the kids and give them certificates for everything, and we inflate their grades because we don't want to hurt their feelings,
Yeah.
which is not beneficial to the child, any of that, in my humble opinion. That what their grade is what they are earning.
Yep, aligned to the instructional level they're receiving it at. So if I'm in a below-level instructional group for the majority of the time, I could be marked below level for my instructional level, and my achievement may be an A. But it's important to note that I'm using below-level text, but I'm still using the standards, so I may be getting an A, but I might be reading a grade level behind and being
that's
instructed
been-
on that grade
That's
level.
been
That's
in
not
play
different.
for a long time.
Correct.
But that, just so people understand that, yes, you are below level and you might be having A or B,
Yeah.
but you're still below level, and that's not equivalent to a child that's on or above level who's got an A or a B.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I love the fact that we're in a situation where all of your programming and all of your work is in its third year in terms of really, to your point, I didn't make a lot of changes. I looked for places where things were clogging, and now we're rolling through. The place that I'm wanting to do a little bit more of a deeper dive, and not necessarily in this conversation, but when we talk about families getting progress alerts and teachers' grades and focus, and some of the board members are traveling down the road that I'm concerned about too, is that there's often a perception that all families are involved with our students, and that's not a reality. And so, and I think the common denominator often can be in that lowest quartile, where we don't have a lot of family engagement or a lot of places where we can look for additional support for that student's academic improvement. What I'm really now trying to figure out how we can improve when the family has been notified and we still don't have an engagement, and they still are not moving along the way that we'd like it. The flip side of all of what I'm getting to is that often at graduation time, we hear about what we've done to get kids through to graduate, get them through the process. And the public comes back to me sometimes and says, well, you kind of shoved them through the process and they didn't really get what they were supposed to get. I, of course, waylay those concerns. But the point being is that if we're really focusing in on our lowest quartile from day one and tracking them through to the point of graduation, we should be able to, at some point, be looking at the fruits of our labor at graduation time to be relatively simple because we've focused in. And then the other place that I don't think people are aware of when it comes to our data is that oftentimes we'll inherit students from other counties, from other school districts, from homeschooling, from wherever, and they enter into the system in the lowest quartile. And we're not tracking that either, to my knowledge, that we're not watching to say, here's what we've been doing with this group of students from pre-K through 12th grade. This is our process, and here's the success that we're experiencing, and here's our support for students that don't necessarily have family engagement, don't necessarily get. So I'm not saying we don't do all those things, because I think we are doing it, but it's not information that's readily available to the public, that they don't even understand sometimes the data of what we're tracking. So the concentration of being able to talk about the lowest quartile and our endeavors and how many of those kids are ours from start to finish, and the process that we do to improve them and to take them out of the lowest quartile is another place that I'd like to see in our conversation about student progress plan.
Very good. I didn't know if there was any comments back. I just wanted to make sure. I don't see anyone else. I will just say, a lot of things were touched on that I think are great. I really, the overall way in which this comes to the board, I really want to express just how much I appreciate it. Just having seen different approaches over the years. One, it is on time, because many years ago it be provided to us after it was due. But I really, the red line changes, these are very robust report. I mean, they're dense, right? There's a lot in there. And so being able to give us and the community the high level but very impactful changes that you guys are addressing, I really appreciate that. I also, I think that when we talk about the focus and the, quote unquote push notification, and I believe it to be true, and I know this was addressed, but that's one of many ways in which we're trying to reach the families. But I do really love that there is a universal trying to consistently engage our families, because the rights and responsibilities go both hand in hand, and it really does help the partnership and ultimately helps the student. I mean, that's the goal. So I really enjoy hearing that. So thank you for all of that. I don't have any additional comments beyond that. So if there are nothing further, thank you very much. I know there was a lot of work in that, so I appreciate it. I know that we are around noon o'clock, 12 o'clock, and we have a 30-minute break. Is this a good time to do that? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 12:30. Sounds like a plan? All right. 1 minute till we get started. Everyone ready? All right, we are back on the monthly work session, June 2nd. After a quick recess, we will start with item number 4 on our agenda, a safety and security update, Q4 report, and investigative process. I'm going to kick it over to Mr. Connor first to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll, every quarter, we are required by the state to provide the board an update related to our stats related to safety inspections. Along with that, we have some other updates we'd like to provide with you, and I'm going to start with our Chief of Police, Mr. Tim Enos.
Well, thank you, Board. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead as mandated. We'll do the Q3 report. I have with me School Safety Specialist Jason Overbay, and he'll provide the details.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. We look forward to this opportunity every quarter to talk about how we're doing inside of the schools with the district and the state compliance checks. We'll also talk a little bit about Fortify Florida at the end. As you know, the Florida Department of Education Office of Safe Schools requires an inspection, that they do an inspection at each school every 3 years. And I am required to do an inspection at every school every year. That's traditional and charter schools. We have 27 points that we have to check. There's several little offshoots of those 27 points that we check. And it ranges from simple paperwork all the way up to actual physical security requirements from House Bill 1473. Our annual district compliance inspections, like I had said, we've done at all traditional and charter schools. We mirror the Florida Department of Education Office of Safe Schools checks, but we do them quite a bit harder to make sure, and it's not ever gotcha moments. It's always educational, where we walk our administrators through what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to see, how they're supposed to answer questions, things that the state is looking forward to. We really try hard to make it a rewarding experience and an educational experience for our administrators. In our inspections, what the most common thing that we found were unsecured classroom doors. The state is very specific about when doors can be open, when they have to be manned, and that's still a learning process for us. But we are doing much better this year. We are looking to also identify inconsistencies in reports, like Mr. Prento had talked about earlier, requirements and drill paperwork that we have to send in to the state. They are very specific about what the reports have to be, and it's frustrating as a school when you get all of the hardening and the safety requirements complete and correct, and then you have some paperwork that maybe isn't done exactly the way the state wants it, and you end up failing your inspection. So we work very hard to make sure that our administrators are aware of what the state is looking for, and that they are up to the task, making sure that that paperwork is getting done correctly. We inspected all 59 schools this year. that includes some program schools. We'll be doing 63 schools, I think, next year. We had 43 of our 59 schools pass without any compliance issue. That's the district inspection, which I was saying is a much more significant inspection. For quarter three, the state came in and inspected 7 schools, and they re-inspected 3 that had not passed in quarter 2. 6 of those 7 schools passed their state inspection, and 2 of the 3 schools passed their re-inspection. Since quarter 4, every school has passed, that has been inspected, has passed their inspection or their re-inspection. For quarter 3, we want to openly congratulate the State College of Florida at Venice, Island Villages, Booker High, Gulf Gate Elementary, Philippi Shores, and Brookside Middle for passing their quarter 3 inspection. They did a great job, and we've congratulated them for that. Next, we'll discuss Fortify Florida. As you know, it's a required anonymous reporting tool for students and staff and the public to report anything that they deem necessary. We get a pretty good range of reports. We are required by law to advertise Fortify Florida on our websites and our newsletters. It has to be on all student-facing computers that the district owns. We meet all of these requirements. We also put it on the back of all of our student IDs here in Sarasota County, along with the suicide hotline. At the point of this report, it is higher now, but at the point of this report, Sarasota County had received 810 tips for the 25-26 school year. At the time of this report, 99.5% have been closed, but before the end of the school year, all of our Fortify Florida tips had been investigated and closed. 26% of our tips were bullying or harassment. 25% were about vaping. 9% were complaints against staff members, and 3% were just invalid reports. As was our last time that we came before you, our biggest reporting school is Northport High. You can see the breakdown there. Our kids are using Fortify Florida, and as you saw in our stats, for the majority of legitimate reasons. Only 3% of the reports that we get here in Sarasota are invalid reports. We want to thank the board for their leadership in keeping our schools safe. I want to thank the safety and security team for the hard work they've put in this year. And we appreciate you listening to our quarter 4 report. If I can be permitted to do a little shout out, I want to personally say to the board that myself, Michael Santagata, Cynthia Wetzel, our 2 district threat management coordinators, Amanda Coker and Tara Allen, our mental health coordinators. We were all recognized by the state. We were brought in front of, at the state conference to talk to the entire country about what we do here in Sarasota County and how we work together. It was a huge honor for us, and I really think that our team it needed to be said out loud. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to the chief.
Any questions?
Well, first of all, congratulations and thank you for that. What a great way to end with that report. I saw Mrs. Barker. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I always love to see Sarasota be in a leadership position. What did you used to say, Mr. Enos?
Always lead, never follow.
Love it. Thank you. And then just real quickly, I am a little bit curious about the breakdown between charter schools and our traditional district managed schools and the safety reports, because we don't really have a ton of oversight into how the charters manage their safety and security, as opposed to we have much more oversight on our district managed schools. Is there a way to have a breakdown there?
Well, we're very fortunate here in Sarasota, even with our national charters. We require them to follow all of our practices. We don't really give them much of a choice. They may not use our paperwork, but they have to have something that meets what our standard is. They are required to follow all of our, it's all state mandated, but they follow all of our requirements, even the ones where we go above and beyond what the state requires.
And I can tell you that I know that Jason is very involved, as well as they send me questions. Sean is involved, O'Keefe, just in reference to that. I think out of all of the state inspections this year, I think we only had one public school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was one of them that failed, and the others were on the charters. The one of the reinspection that also failed was also a charter. And of course, as soon as those happen, we go down there, we talk to them, we make sure they're being compliant, but they're usually for the same thing, which is open doors. They're not locked, which is obviously, as we know, that's one of the biggest linchpins of school safety, is to make a barrier so the bad guy can't get to you as quickly so the good guys can get there. And I also know that those schools that were doing that was actually using a private security company, and they're no longer going to be using them for next year.
Good. That is good to know. I just think as a parent, when I'm trying to make a choice about where to send my student, I have absolutely made choices based on what I personally saw with my own eyeballs to be safety and security. So to have that information available to parents, I feel like is they have a right to that information. So thank you for sharing that.
Any additional questions or comments from the board members on this? Well, I appreciate the work. I think over the years, obviously, there's been a significant capital investment. And so when you hear the unlocked doors, it's always the human error when we think about those. I know there's been other incidences that it comes down to, it's not so much the infrastructure, but it's just the constant making, so complacency does not take place. But that's a very good report when you consider the size of this district. I appreciate your tenacity.
Well, thank you. I think that was my fastest report that I've given.
Did you want more time? No. All right.
I don't need any more time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Connor, and up next is that was it for the so then we'll have the investigative process, which I added onto this, and it does actually fall right nicely in here. And that can include a couple of different things. So, and I don't know how much the board is privy to these things or not, but as a board, we get reports or referrals from a variety of agencies, and we have when it comes to OIG or OCR or EEOC, all the letters. But then even internally, there is an investigative process, and I know wanted to use this opportunity to have the superintendent explain when we get these items, whether it be from a school level through, like, for example, Fortified Florida, and or any other mechanism, when there is any kind of complaint or, that's something that would launch an investigation, what that process looks like to make sure that we are following through properly. Mr. Connor.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. School districts are very large entities serving thousands of employees, thousands of students, and obviously families in our community. And so you can imagine school districts our size would receive a multitude of complaints throughout the year. Many sources, whether they be parents, employees, from students, community members, state agencies, federal agencies, you run the gamut, right? So we certainly want to make sure every complaint receives and deserves a fair, objective, and a professional review. That is our responsibility, is to really determine the facts, make sure that due process and all the rights of every individual is in compliance with applicable policies and the law. And so we're always evaluating that as a district. How do we improve our processes when necessary to ensure that every complaint receives just that? So it does begin with an intake process. We, this year, have had 323 investigations, and that has come through a variety of those sources. We document those concerns first and foremost. We identify if there are any allegations. We determine, is there an appropriate or applicable policy, law, or other action that may be in violation that needs immediate attention. And so through that intake process, we assign a case manager, and that case manager currently living in our human resources department, which I'm going to talk a little bit about some changes moving into the 26-27 school year. We assign those out, and then we coordinate if we need to with any other agencies. If the matter is more of an internal complaint and we need to just apply our internal measures to investigate, or do we need to engage DCF? Do we need to engage law enforcement? Do we need to engage the EEOC or OIG? All of those matters come in that intake process. And then there is a fact finding for objectivity in that complaint. We need to take the time to thoroughly look at what the complaint is, document that, and then make sure that we're doing everything in our power to thoroughly interview individuals that may need to be interviewed, look at documents, electronic communications, video, personnel records. All of that is a part of that fact-finding timeline. So our investigators, and we currently have 2 of them, are expected to do that thorough job of remaining objective and evaluating that information from the multiple sources before we reach any type of conclusion. So we work very closely sometimes, depending on the matter and the how substantial it is. Do we need to look at legal counsel? Do we need to involve other parties? We want to make sure that we treat that with the due process that it deserves. And then at the conclusion of that, we're going to have a finding. That finding could be substantiated, it could be unsubstantiated, unfounded, it could be inconclusive. And so those investigations are always a learning opportunity for us as a district to refine our policies, our training, process improvements, when allegations are substantiated or not. When they are, we then go into corrective action. Let's say we have instances where we find that there is substantiation of a violation of policy or some other thing. Corrective action has to be taken. And we are we do our due diligence to ensure that that corrective action is in alignment with statute, with our board policy, and with our collective bargaining agreements. That's really an important piece of the outcome of all of our investigations. So one of the things that I saw this year as we were going through our annual, this is the time of year when we look at restructuring, right? We should all be in a mindset of continuous improvement, and always doing the same thing year after year is not necessarily a good thing. And so over the course of my tenure, you have seen that June is typically a time where some restructuring can take place, where we find areas for continuous improvement. And that one of those areas is how we handle investigative processes. That, again, 323, our human resources is responsible for a lot in terms of recruitment, retention. All of that is a very important piece of making sure we're plugging in the human talent and the acquisition of those people and individuals takes a lot of time, effort, and energy. Right now, most of our investigations are done, through our human resources. If it's not a school-based investigation, it is done through our human resources department. And with the multitude and the influx of those that just continue to happen, I found the need to really pull that out and really give it the attention and elevating that as a separate entity for several reasons, right? But I'm creating the Office of Professional Standards, and that is really going to work closely with our deputy superintendent and others within the school district to really bring consistency and accountability and objectivity in that process, because it is very time intensive and takes away from some of the other priorities that we are so far as a board. I know I've been really adamant about pushing in our talent acquisition. And so I felt the need to kind of reset, pull that apart, and redesign how we do that work to make sure we're using the appropriate training and the latest training, the latest tools and resources, working more coordinated with our agencies, such as our own school police department. So that's what we're going to invest in as we go into the 26-27 school year, is really improving the efficiency of that. Because, again, on any given day, we could be investigating whether it be a student complaint, a teacher complaint, or even a certain agency that comes in. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that process improvement takes place over the course of the 26-27 school year. Did that cover?
It did. I will ask a couple questions. And I appreciate this because it's a good opportunity, as you mentioned, as you've come in and evaluated the district. Obviously, there's been a number of moving parts. We talk about the extraordinary success the academics has done, but also I believe there has always been an opportunity to improve processes, particularly when it comes to this issue, right? I say HR, but and again, this is a new HR executive director. I think there have just been processes and perhaps practices that allowed for potential gaps, and that's not something, if anyone who's been here for a long time has seen, it's an area that I believe that has warranted a more effective approach. So I'm very excited to hear this. My general question would be, when it has how do we determine when it's a school-based investigation versus it's something at the district level?
Yeah, I think the fact-finding process is really concludes. This is a serious allegation. If it involved criminality, obviously we would be looking at obviously pulling in the appropriate agencies. So it really does come through that level of review at the intake process to know, is this something that would be simply a discipline issue, an employee discipline issue, or a minor violation of a policy that could be easily corrected, or are we looking at something more significant? And obviously we want to take that out of the hands of the school-based leaders. They have many other priorities, and it is a time-intensive process. So then we shift that over to those who are more equipped to take the time to do that.
Okay, and then when you're working, for example, you mentioned DCF there's a number of entities that we potentially could be deferring or referring these issues to. How do we ensure that there's communication, that there's no dropped ball, that there's follow-up with whatever the allegation or findings are?
Yeah, I think there's always that possibility of that's why I think having a separate professional standards office where we can really specifically track those mechanisms for communication and really have that elevated to a point where those balls aren't being dropped, because that I have seen in previous investigations and previous ways of work that has happened, where maybe we started, it stalled, nothing's happened over the course of many years sometimes. And so I think that's the process improvement piece that I'm looking forward in the development of this professional standards office.
And the last one, Mrs. Parker, I see I'll recognize you shortly. I just wanted to, from one of the other elements that just from my vantage points over the course of a decade, I guess, is that there have been, when you input this processes in place, I want to ensure that there's succession planning so that if there is a change in whatever the leadership, whether it be at the board, the superintendent, or this department or school, that there is a process that's streamlined so that there aren't balls being dropped. I think we all agree that we have when we're dealing with students, there's a different level of severity on making sure every I is dotted, T is crossed. So I appreciate this. I look forward to a further conversation. I did want to provide this because there's been a variety of different things that have occurred, and wanted to make sure the board was abreast of how that process worked and what the improvement opportunities are. Mrs. Barker, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm very pleased that we're looking at breaking this out into a separate department. I think that absolutely makes sense. I just am wondering if, as a part of that, looking at the way that we investigate, are we also looking at the way that we hire and investigate before we hire new candidates particularly? And I don't know if that would be part of this new office or if it would be part of traditional HR, but we've spoken about this separately in our one-on-ones, but I think it's important to put out there for the whole board. I just want to make sure when we're hiring, particularly an out-of-county hire or an out-of-state hire, that we're looking for things like non-reappointments, resigned in lieu of terminations. And even I really think we ought to be looking at anything that could be on file with the professional standards at the state level. And so I don't know if those are already standardized in our process and to what extent, but I really feel strongly that they ought to be.
Absolutely, yes. And those processes are in place. And sometimes, and we have found, as we've looked back at certain instances where there may have been prior history in another district, that wasn't divulged on the paperwork, and that actually was a reference checks. There were things in place on our end to check for those, but unfortunately we did not receive that information when we did those checks. So there is a little bit of that could occur. You can have a foolproof plan to do a thorough background check on an individual, and it's still, you can miss some important information if it's not divulged appropriately. And we did find that in some cases, but to your point, there's always opportunity to go back, create that standard operating procedure to make sure that we are not missing anything.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mr. Edwards.
Sort of in listening to Mrs. Ziegler and Superintendent Connor, we've had discussions about the creation of this new department, and one of the things I think that to ensure that balls don't get dropped and things don't slip through the cracks, I love the idea of Mrs. O'Day overseeing it. I appreciate her detail and her attention to detail, but I also think it's important for board members to get a monthly report on the investigations and complaints that have occurred, and from which agency, and so that we can also partner with the superintendent in our one-on-ones to ask good questions about why does this seem to be happening a lot at this particular school, or and I would also say I think that should include Fortify Florida reports. I would like to see those. I think those go into trends that Chief Enos sends us on crime statistics. So looking at all of that data coming into a board member's seat so that we're assessing and asking good questions of the superintendent in our oversight capacity are the kinds of data that I think we should see on a monthly basis.
Absolutely. I think those are things that we can put in. I know we do provide you a lot of data, but some of those points that are well taken, we can add that to that.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for me, getting that information, it's not to micromanage or go into your area of being the CEO. It really is to ask the questions and be able to support you if something has risen to the level of termination or that, then we have that information to say, I support you. Because we get a lot of the emails on the other end of this poor person, we love them, and that's fine, but we need to have the facts. So I think that would be good, and I do support this move. As someone who was responsible for a big department and having things not always go, people do things outside of work or in work, it's a very lengthy process, and it needs to be done with the utmost fidelity. And I think that, and I think to let the public know, you're not hiring any new people, you're just reshuffling, correct?
These are not new allocations.
Right.
They will be new staff involved in these.
That's what I meant. It's we're not adding anything to the budget.
Correct.
Okay. So, because we know when you hear of a department being
Right.
created or changed, then it's like how much money. So it's neutral. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for bringing that point up.
Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Superintendent Connor, there still are school-based investigations. They aren't all done at the district level.
That is correct. So there are, and this is where we go back to the Office of Professional Standards. Really, we're spending some time even in SLI to talk about what should be handled at the school level and what then needs to be referred. And we already have a process in place where we have an intake form as these things come about. And with the support of the office and obviously currently with HR, we're able to really delineate, okay, that really is a school-based issue. You handle that with the employee directly and push it back versus, okay, this is going to involve extra steps. We're going to take it from here. So we do have that in place.
And that's the,
Of administration at the school.
okay, as a principal for 14 years, it gets in the way of academics.
It does.
I just want to say that on behalf of all the current principals out there, given that there's a new department, it would be my food for thought of how do we relieve schools. It does seriously get in the way of the progress that your folks are making with academic achievement, but it's just food for thought. Given the emphasis that's being put on investigations and being done with consistency and appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I want to sum up on a couple different things. I agree on the high-level report for information. I think it does help just that clarity because there's a lot of moving parts, and we have constituents that reach out to us, and we refer it over to the superintendent and then the appropriate member of staff. But having some idea of what is being addressed and alleged and what those outcomes are, I think it allows for further accountability, which is why I very much appreciate you looking at this, seeing opportunities for improvement, because I fundamentally believe they existed. I will say when it comes to any kind of financial impact, and I've said this for years, I agree, nobody wants to do administrative costs, but there are certain things that are critical when it comes to operating a school district, and this is definitely one of them. And so I know we don't have a ton of money sitting anywhere, but to me, this is so important because there are a lot of risk components to it. And from even just the accountability side of it, but also the trust factor within our community. These are all vital. And in one bad circumstance or one oversight or lack of oversight, for example, can really take a long time from an institutional reputational harm, if you will, even that, because so I think there's a lot of opportunity for improvement. I think that this does elevate the accountability and the thoroughness of it, and I know I have the utmost faith in Mrs. O'Day. I also know that she has done an extraordinary job with the academic side of it too. So I want to make sure you are one very, very amazing person, but it's one person. So whatever that support looks like, but I believe in my over multitude of different superintendents and different leadership teams, this area still has opportunity for improvement, and I appreciate this action. To me, it's just going to elevate the professionalism and the accountability that I think is very vital to the trust and support this community would expect for this district. Mrs. Rose, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one added piece. I wholeheartedly agree with the board getting information on investigations so that we are in the loop from an oversight perspective. How does that relate to investigations that are designated at the school level? Will those be included in what the board is privy to, or are those separate and exclusive to those communities? I think that's an important piece from my perspective.
If it involves something more than the common handling of employee conduct, that would be what we would consider minor. We're going to create a clear delineation, right? If a principal, for example, is investigating one of their employees for coming late for a significant amount of time, right? That's not going to rise to the board level, right? So I will make a determination that at the school level, I don't think most of those will come to the board because they should be handled as a part of the daily process, administrative process at the school level. If it's significant, it's not going to live in the school level, right? If it's something that involves maybe major policy violations or maybe criminality, that's not going to be held. That's not going to be a school level investigation. So those you would definitely get. So.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
From my perspective, the other reason why I think it's important for the board to get this kind of information, and I certainly agree with Mrs. Marinelli, I'm not looking to micromanage, and I think my relationship with the superintendent has been, I'm not that person. But what I have noticed, along with what Superintendent Connor said, there's been an influx of new complaints in the last year. And what I've seen and what I've heard in the emails and the phone calls that I get is that complaints and investigations have become weaponized. And it's utilized sometimes in forms of retaliation. And that's information that I think the board does need to hear so that we can have those conversations with the superintendent. I would like those kinds of complaints and those kinds of behaviors hopefully proactively handled at the school level. If there are teachers that are having conflict, that obviously the principal could intercede before complaints happen. But when complaints are being utilized as forms of weaponization, that's concerning to me. And retaliation, that is concerning to me, because I've heard about retaliation since I've been a school board member, and that's the kind of things that culturally we'd like to eliminate.
Yeah, I can agree more on that aspect just from a historical trend, and I think that's the part which is I will commend the superintendent for coming in and having a lot of historical components being brought to his attention, and you're still trying to figure out, all the variety of, how this works or what's valid, and making sure you have those proper systems in place. And again, this ranges from anything, the multitude that can come forward. And so I think there have been systems that really left a lot to be desired, and that is a very nice way of saying it. And so I am encouraged for this improvement, and I think that it elevates the accountability, which I think is one of the most important parts, so that every single issue is taken, understands that process. It's reviewed with fidelity. We do follow the due process piece, but just the same, that there's no retaliatory action for somebody bringing forward a claim. That's very, very important. And that even whether it's perception or reality, there are opportunities to fix these situations. And I believe this is the step forward. But wanted to make sure that, because there is a range of different things that do come up, and this is our only opportunity to talk about them. So I wanted to make sure we address that. I will add one more piece, and I know I talked to Mr. Parento about this, and Mr. Connor and I have talked about it, but it echoes what the concerns or the issue that Mrs. Barker brought up. And when it comes to hiring and having the right information as much as possible, and certainly we have a requirement on our application, in lieu of termination, there is a follow-up requirement. But I do think there's an opportunity, even from a legislative standpoint, to make sure that there's a better system with reporting, and perhaps it's an accountability component. But there are gaps, and again, if there's a way that we can create stronger or close those gaps, then I think we should entertain them. So if there are any other additional comments on this? All right, that concludes that one, and we will wrap up with the final item, Mr. Connor.
All right, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Kim. We're going to talk about the capital improvement plan that we bring to you periodically, as well as the board requested probably about 24 months ago, was it, for an impact study to be done. We were not within the window at that time, but statutorily, I think you have to be within 12 months of the expiration of the 4-year impact fees. And so we were in that period and conducted a study with an outside consultant, and we're going to bring forth the results of that as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor, Madam Chair, board members. It is that opportunity for us to talk about the capital improvement plan, the 5 years, consistent with the goals that you have. We look at education service planning, and we look at facilities capacity. We also look at asset preservation, safety, security, technology, and making sure we're doing capital improvement funding within our 5-year window. Today, we have our team members with us today that's going to assist in this. I have Mr. Dumas, Executive Director of Facilities. We have Ms. Kirtner, our Budget Director that works with us. I don't want to miss Ms. Sarah in the back that works with the capital programs. We have Diane Caminati, Director of Planning, and Jane Drager, Director of Construction in the back. But for us, today's talking about the 5-year capital projects and the capital improvement funding. I don't think people realize the degree of work and volume that our team does. I want to publicly thank each one of them on an annual basis. Depending upon how the funding rolls, it's anywhere between $180 to $220 million of projects that go through the construction area. So I just want to thank our team publicly for all the hard work that they do to make sure that we deliver things on time and under budget as the expectation. With that said, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Dumas to talk about the 5-year capital project plans and the priorities that are in place.
Okay, good afternoon, board members. Superintendent Connor, thank you for the opportunity to present this to you today. Just a reminder before we get going on the actual 5-year plan, there's a draft, I believe, sitting in front of you, paper copy also. This is in draft mode. There are still tweaks being made as it comes up before you in terms of the CIP, capital improvement plan, which you'll approve on the next board meeting, and then the tentative budget, which comes before you in July. So again, still some minor tweaks moving forward, so wanted to make sure you had the most up-to-date version as we go through this. Dr. Kemp talked about the goals that you defined as the board, and those are certainly the goals we operate in as we develop this budget for you to consider each year. And a reminder that next year's 26-27 budget is more set in stone, and the following 4 years are really what we consider planning years as we're all working towards what we think will be reality as we move forward. Goal 1 is obviously addressing capacity, both up and down. And so you'll see us discussing some of that as we move forward in this conversation, and then again in our impact fee study that we'll talk more about in detail. That is presented for you today. Important, I want to discuss as we're going through what you do see in the capital budget, but more importantly, what you don't see in the capital budget. So we'll talk about each of those line items as we move forward. But before we get to how we're spending money, I'd like to have Krista talk a little bit about what the revenue forecasts are for next year and then for our next 4 years of planning.
Good afternoon, everybody. What you have in front of you on the top line, you'll see the revenue that is collectively forecasted for next year and the out years. And I'll just let you know how those have been forecasted just for your information. As you can see, just in looking at that number, it's gradually increasing over the years. That is due to the information that we have received from various sources. So for millage, which is our largest revenue source, for the 26-27 year, we forecasted just a flat revenue source. We did get the preliminary tax roll just recently, and it has a 1% increase, but what the state has is just flat or even declining. So hopefully when the certified tax roll comes July 1st, it'll be more. So, but we're being conservative because we want to make sure we err on the side of caution. The out years for millage are just a slight increase each year, and that also comes from the state, but they were forecasting. For the sales tax, we went with what the county is forecasting. They did have some reduction in tourism, so that has impacted us. So for the 26-27 year, it actually is declining a little bit, just slightly, but for the out years, it does show that it's having a little bit of growth, anywhere between 3 and 2.5%. So hopefully that will continue for us. And the impact fees, that's the next biggest set of revenue that we have. And we did, despite the fact that we had an increase in the per dwelling cost, we actually are seeing a flat, if not a declining revenue estimate there. For this year, what we have forecasted, we showed that we're not going to achieve that amount. So luckily, that's not one of the larger revenue sources, but that is the trend that we're seeing for this year. I think that's
Okay, and as we work through our capital projects, want to focus on left-hand column, the 5-year forecast. Obviously, that's what we've got budgeted in that 5 years to the right. And then you can see each year how the projects are budgeted. Before we move into talking about what is in the budget, just want to talk a little bit about what is not in the budget. And as you know, we are experiencing declining student enrollment in the district. And so if you can remember last year's 5-year capital plan, there were several projects included in the projection that we considered growth projects to accommodate student growth. Obviously, one of our goals is to make sure we're right-sizing our schools. And so we've adjusted your capital budget that we're presenting to you today so that it reflects the declining student enrollment. So we have moved all of those growth projects over to years 6 through 10. You won't see this in this budget, but that will be reflected. We create a work plan, a 5-year, a 10-year, and a 20-year work plan for the state every year. And when we redo that next year, you will see those growth projects out through years 6 through 10. Again, reflective of what we think what is happening with student population for Sarasota County Schools. So those are not in your 5-year capital plan. As we work down through what is, we'll start right at the top line item, capital projects is existing. We'll focus on the 5-year forecast for the first couple of line items. Those are funds passing through to charter schools. By state legislation, we've got to pass certain amounts per FTE. So there'll be $30 million of sales tax passing through to charter schools and about $121 million of millage funding passing directly through to charter schools. The next item down is district-wide facility optimization and program expansion. That is directly related to our projects to transition schools from elementary schools to K-8s. And so along with some of that transition, as we move from 6th grade to 7th grade and 8th grade, there may be some capital investment we need to make sure we've got appropriate programs in place, classrooms reflect the programs that are going to be there. And so for the next couple of years, as we go to year 2 and 3 with those transitions, we've got $2 million scheduled to be able to accommodate those changes for a total of $4 million. Next item down is insignificant amount of money that comes in from fuel tax. That goes directly to any paving projects that we're doing across the district. Northport High HVAC and Science Wing refresh. That's a major project that Jane and her team in construction services are underway on. We're very excited about that project. This continues to fund additional money into that project for the next 3 years. And a reminder, that's a very complicated project. We're doing some expansion down there that's totally refreshing the entire school, some beautification projects. And so this is right-sizing that budget as they start to dig in and understand what those each building is going to cost. So that $14 million, as you see, is what we're funding for the next 3 years, but there is additional funding that's already occurred there. So that brings our total budget for the Northport High campus refresh to about $110 million. Next line item down is Sarasota Middle re-roof. That's $14.2 million funded, and you can see how that's funded over 3 years. And you'll see a lot of these projects, and we've talked about this in the past, typically 5-10 years ago, you would see a lot of these projects funded in 1 year. But because of revenue flows and where revenue is, we just don't have the revenue we used to have, we are funding projects over 3 years, again, in concert with talking with Jane about how she's going to fund and design that project and making sure it works with construction. Sometimes you'll see multiple years on funding like this particular one, and also with Northport High. Next one down is STC Phase 3. That's the expansion down in Northport. We're excited about that project. This is our remainder of our funding, $9.5 million next year. That brings our balance from district funding to about $22 million for that project. Reminder, we also have a $7.5 million grant, resiliency grant, a HUD grant coming through the county. And so we're still working with the county on how it gets applied to the project. But that project is moving forward. And from our perspective, we're fully funded for our portion of it. As we continue to work on down, Alta Vista HVAC, we are going to go into Alta Vista. All the equipment's about 25 years old there, and so we are going to start to design and think through that project and implement a full-phased HVAC renovation. That'll also include lights, paint, carpet, and so again, when we do these projects, large HVAC, we try to make sure we go and attack everything at one time. So we're there one time. Total refresh, feels like a new building for all the kids going to school there. So we've got $30 million budgeted for that. Just a reminder, all of these are considered asset preservation projects, and the board over the years has really focused on asset preservation, and I think you can see that and feel that when you walk some of our older campuses. I mean, they are in great shape because we continue to invest in them. These are paced based on system expectations of life expectancy, based on condition assessments, based on what we know is going on campus. So we try to be very data-driven on when we're doing these projects, make sure they're timed correctly. Not too soon, so that we're spending capital money prior to equipment breakdowns and things like that, but timed exactly when we think life expectancy is over. We might experience more breakdowns. We try to fund it right at the right time. Inglewood Elementary replaced buildings 4 and 5. This is a project that's changed a little bit in its funding, in the cap budget, and in our thinking of how we're going to handle it. Because of declining student enrollment, one of the things we want to really pay attention to at Inglewood is the capacity. And as we get close to replacing Building 5, the question right now is, over the next couple of years, what does that student population look like attending the school? And do we need to replace that in both of those buildings, or can we do something different? So that project has been slid all the way to the right. We set $2 million in year 5 to begin to assess that. Again, that gives a couple of years before we spend money on campus to make sure we really understand what that student population has looked like and what we need for space. Laurel Nokomis re-roof. This is a sister project to Booker Middle, which you already completed, Sarasota Middle, which is funded. This is the sister school, Laurel Nokomis will be that third roof that we get done in re-roof. It's funded over 3 years for a total of $18 million. Oak Park. We've really done, the board has invested a lot at Oak Park over the last really 5 years. And if you tour campus and you get into those buildings, they're totally refreshed. It's just an exciting environment for those kids. You know, we've got the play fields out front and the track and field that I think a great place for the community. This is the last piece we need to get completed at Oak Park School, which will be a full re-roof for the entire campus. Next one is the Riverview High School Aquadome. This is a replacement of the current Aquadome that's out there. This is really a greenhouse that we'll be replacing. What the vision is a permanent building potentially in that spot. This is only year one of a funding scheme that will probably be $10, $12, $13 million, maybe even a little bit more as we really vet out what the scope's going to look like. But year one is funded. It had to be pushed out a little bit in this current budget to make sure we could make all the numbers work. But it is still sitting in there in year 5 as a start of funding. Sarasota High School Master Plan VPA. This is really focusing on what would be the east side of campus. We just completed renovations or finalizing renovations. It's a beautiful job in buildings 13 and 14. Jane and her team did a wonderful job in those classroom buildings. This is the auditorium and associated old gym. Those are buildings that have been around for a long time. They have been slated for demolition, and then we would build, the vision is we build a performing arts center like we have at all of our other high schools in that space. And so this is $71 million slated to fund that project. Southside HVAC, again, Southside Sister School of Bayhaven. We just completed the Bayhaven full renovation about a year ago. This would be a similar project at Southside. This is only year 1 of funding. As we continue to move in that direction, you'll see other years of funding, probably about $35 million total at Sarasota High, Southside. Again, to be very reflective of what we just did at Bayhaven. And Tuttle Elementary, we already replaced the chillers there. This will be going into Tuttle. The equipment's about 25 years old. We'll be going in there and replacing all of the equipment for HVAC, ductwork, lights, carpet, paint, similar to Alta Vista project, and that's funded at $28 million. So when we focus on larger projects, that is really what we've got planned for our capital budget and presented to you today for consideration. Everything below that line item are what we consider smaller projects, recurring costs. Those are budgeted in either facility, IT, safety and security. Those are smaller projects like carpet and paint, smaller HVAC projects, and those are budgeted based on a 5-year plan, life expectancies, but they are smaller projects that are run out of the departments and not through construction services department. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Number one, is there anything, I did want to mention one project, excuse me, I did forget one. There is a project that we just could not fund this year that you've seen in the capital budget in the past, and that is, we had for several years building a cafeteria and 2 classrooms at Polytech. I know, Ms. Ziegler, you were involved in that conversation originally when it got on the budget. But some hard decisions had to be made, and we simply could not fund that in this 5-year plan. So that is another project that was there and is not currently budgeted. So with that, I will open it up to any questions specific to the capital plan. Is there anything that you're surprised at being on there or anything that you would like to see that's not?
Mrs. Marinelli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a question, it's just, I'm really glad to see the Sarasota High, because you've heard me say how just, that is old. Old. So, older than me. So, I'm glad to see that Sarasota High will have their VPA, because all our other high schools do, and they're incredible structures. So, and I'm also very glad to see that Southside is up for renovation, because it's tired. She's a tired building too. So thank you for both of those. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Mr. Edwards?
Just to thank you. I know how you time everything and the funding, and there are a bunch of balls in the air and strategies in place to And I also think that's kind of what made us attractive to Schools for Hope, because our buildings are well maintained and they wanted in here. So that's incredible work. I do have a couple of questions. Jody, I know you and I talked a little bit on the re-roofing projects about some solar opportunities. Is that moving along?
It is. So one of the things in our conversation with Mr. Edwards, but for many years, we've got a lot of roof space, and we've always said if there's a way we could harness some of our roof to be beneficial for us instead of just being up there and having the sun beat on it, we'd love to do that. And so we did the same thing at Booker Middle. We kind of analyzed the Booker Middle project when we redid that re-roof. Could we put any solar panels on there and make it work financially? At that time, we could. But again, Sarasota Middle, same type of roof, a lot of opportunity there. Jane's team is going to be analyzing that as we move into the project, and we'll be able to present that to Mr. Connor to analyze and say, does it make sense financially in terms of solar projects? So absolutely always looking for opportunities, way to save our energy costs in terms of utility reduction.
Great.
Yep.
I am concerned about the Aquadome at Riverview. I know that we've put other projects on hold. I'm concerned about that living for another 5 years. And so I have been talking to some of the board members out at the Moat to see if there's an opportunity. I know we have a marine program at Sarasota High, and we have this one also at Riverview. They're so close together. I'm wondering if there's a synergy that we can partner with the Moat, and has any of those conversations been ongoing?
So none that I've been privy to. So if there are, it's not at a level where we're talking about combination of buildings and things like that. But welcome the conversation. Would love to have it and strategize about how that could work. Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions or comments? I do have what's the threshold? Again, remind me of the financial for it to be on the CIP. It's a major capital project, so it's over $1 million? Or?
Yeah, so typically above the line, we're talking probably 2-3 million at this point, because anything below the line, a chiller replacement at Heron Creek is, $1 million, $1.5 million these days. So in order to get the large project scale above the line, where it's going into the construction project, construction department, and it's a larger project being considered, it's got to be at least a couple $1 million these days.
Okay, and so Mr. Connor, this really goes more to you, and I don't think it would meet that financial impact. That's why I asked, but I know there's been a lot of discussion about Northport and as far as vaping, but there's an infrastructure component to that. Can you speak to that?
Actually, we do have an item coming to the June 16th board meeting related to that initiative. So I can talk more about it then, or would you?
Well, I think it's important that it's moving forward, so that's
Yes.
a good part to highlight. And then
So Dr. Green's been doing a lot of work. She's put on her hard hat to figure out all of this infrastructure piece, along with Mr. Dumas. Yes, there is some infrastructure cost to this initially. I think we'll be able to support it. I will say my concern, though, would be at scale, right? If we are to scale this across other schools, we're going to have to really prioritize and, got to take something off the plate to put something on the plate.
which is what brought me to this question.
Yes.
So understanding that, because I think we're not looking at it in isolation. It's certainly, there's an issue, and it's and absolutely a priority to address. I wanted to make sure, one, that we have that funding, and because it may not rise to major capital projects, but, so I know we discussed that in June, but because there are, that expansion, that scale in multiple years ahead, I'm sure there will be some infrastructure learning, I guess, the process. I mean, we'll learn about it in June, I suppose, but I want to just make sure that is moving ahead, and I wanted to recognize it because I know members of the community are highly engaged in that, as we all know. So that is coming to a
I think it'd be good for us to have a proof of concept, and what Northport has already done with the Smart Pass system in combination with Driven is what this actual product is called, that we could get a good proof of concept to see if this is something we down the road want to prioritize for other schools.
and can sustain it in the budget from a planning standpoint. Okay, thank you for that. I will say to Mr. Dunas and the whole team, I always find the CIP fascinating because it is so many competing projects, and But you guys do a very good job. I know that many of us, if you visit another district, you can see the asset preservation or lack thereof, really. And so it does take a lot of planning. There is a lot of focus on that. So I appreciate that. And while there are always, I am excited about SHS because that whole area has such a great opportunity when it comes to the VPA program as well with the Circus Art. I mean, there's just so much right downtown too. So I am encouraged to see that. But again, it's one of those projects that I know there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different things that are prioritized that sometimes we have to put them on the back burner. So happy to see it in the year one for that. Is there any additional comments on this issue? I know we have to go to the next topic. All right, proceed.
Okay, so as we look to the future in years 6 through 10, we need to continue to plan for what we know will be a renewed student growth in Sarasota County Schools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kemp and Ms. Caminati to talk about our impact fee study.
So thank you, members of the board and Mr. Connor. As we just reviewed in the capital budget, we have moved our capacity projects out into 6 through 10, year 6 through 10, as we continue to monitor growth and to continue developing a funding source. And one of those funding sources is through impact fees. In delivering on the board's request for an updated impact fee study and to ensure we meet these funding needs, we are here today to present you with the formal results of the study and to walk us through the methodology, data, and recommendation. We have Carson Bice from Tischler Bice, a national consulting firm. You may recall Carson conducted our 2022 study, which successfully guided our allowable increase in fees at that time. And so I will now hand it over to you.
Thank you, Diane. Madam Chair, Superintendent Connor, I'm Carson Bice with Tischler Bice. A little bit about us. We are the nation's leading impact fee consulting firm. We've done more impact fees than any firm in the country. We also do fiscal and economic analysis, and you can see here we work for many of the growing school districts within the state of Florida. To remind you, impact fees are a one-time payment designed to offset the need for growth-related infrastructure, in this case, school capacity. We can't commingle impact fee funds and use those for operations and maintenance. It's not a tax, it's a fee, and it's important, I think, that we differentiate between a fee and a tax. A tax is primarily revenue-raising in nature, and a fee is designed to cover the cost of something. And with impact fees, we have to meet 3 prongs of a legal test. We have to demonstrate nexus or need. We have to show benefit. We show benefit in 2 ways. One is through the timing of the expenditure, meaning that we have to spend the money within a reasonable period of time so that the fee payer receives benefit. And then we also have to look at benefit from a geographic perspective. And so in some cases, we have to design an impact fee so that it's spent in certain areas of a city or certain areas of a county or certain areas of a school district. With school choice in Florida, it's pretty standard to have a district-wide benefit or service area through the fee methodology, which is what we're recommending here. And then finally, we have to make sure the fees are proportionate to demand, and that's why you'll see that the fees are done by type of housing unit, and there's just not simply a residential impact fee. It's by type of housing unit. There have been some legislative changes since the last update. One is there are limits to impact fee increases. There are basically 2 thresholds here. An increase of not more than 25% has to be phased in over a 2-year period. If a district were to choose to increase between 25 and 50%, you would have to phase those fees in over a 4-year period. And an impact fee cannot exceed 50% of an increase unless you go through a public participation process called Demonstrating Extraordinary Circumstances. You have to notice 2 public workshops. The increase must be unanimously approved by the governing body, and it's not available for districts that haven't done an impact fee study update within the last 5 years. So in terms of the education facility impact fee, it includes several components. One is the bricks and mortar classroom space. So we examine elementary, middle schools, and high schools separately. We also have a cost component for land. There's a component for buses. And then we have to guard against new development paying twice. And that's why you'll see the term credit here. So the idea here is that if I pay an impact fee, I'm also going to generate property tax and sales tax or other revenues that may be used to build school capacity or retire debt for school capacity. And so we need to discount the fee for that future stream of revenue. And so there's a credit there for debt service on existing or future bonds. So the impact fee math is quite simple. We have demand factors, and for schools, it's the number of school-age children generated by different types of housing units. Then there are the cost factors, and that's the cost of school construction. Basically, we're determining or arriving at a cost per student seat. And then that it results in the maximum supportable impact fee, and we are limiting that increase so that it does not exceed the allowable 50% of the current amount. Student generation rates, those are used, as I mentioned earlier, to establish proportionality. There are really two ways to go about determining student generation rates. The first way is to use the public use microdata sample from the U.S. Census for Sarasota County. The second method is much preferable, and that is basically doing a GIS analysis where we merge student addresses and compare those to the individual units within which those students reside. And so that's the preferred method, and that's the way we did it for Sarasota County. You'll see here that the student generation rates are by three types of housing units: single family, detached. Then we have multifamily, which includes apartments, condos, and townhouses. Then there's a mobile home and RV park. The total student generation rate is 0.185 for a single family, 0.063 for a multifamily unit, and 0.02 for a mobile home and RV park. You will see at the bottom of the slide that the student generation rates have decreased once again over the previous study. That is not surprising. We see that in virtually every community that we do school impact fees. One reason is because of declining birth rates, but also the demographic nature of a lot of the Florida counties with the high retirement population. We also looked at part of the study. We compared enrollment to capacity. The first table on this slide shows that you're approaching capacity at the elementary level. You're at 91%. You're at 73% at the middle school level, and then 85% at the high school level. We also looked at, well, what happens over 10 years based on the enrollment projections and planned capacity projects, and we looked at the capacity at the end of that 10 years. You're at 93% even with the planned capacity projects at the elementary school level. You're at 81% at middle school and at 91% with high school. So this would lead us to believe that in the CIP for years 6 through 10 that we didn't talk about today, that there will probably be likely capacity projects to handle this increase in student enrollment. One of the things that it's important to note in our definition of levels of service, we did take into account the Future Focus Strategy Initiative, which led to capacity and size decreases in various schools. So that is reflected in the level of service standards that you're going to see in the next 3 slides, which I'll talk about for the 3 different school levels. So in order to determine the cost per student station, if you will, we look at, well, what is the current level of service in terms of the amount of square footage per student at the elementary level and the amount of site acreage. And you can see here in the green highlighted, those are our levels of service standards: 151 square feet per student and 0.34 acres per student. Same kind of analysis is done at the middle school level and again at the high school level. So in terms of determining the cost of construction, the Florida Department of Education has a database on construction costs. It does lag typically 2 years behind the actual cost of construction, which we can see here. There are 2 instances: the Sky Ranch K through 8, which is $550 a square foot, and then the Welland Park High School was $615 a square foot. And you can see there's quite a bit of price difference between the construction costs from the DOE and what the district is actually experiencing. This table here summarizes all the inputs from the analysis as we work our way from top to bottom. The top part of the table shows those student generation rates that we discussed. And then we determine our cost factors for the construction cost per student, the land cost per student, and the bus cost per student to get a gross capital cost per student. And in this case, elementary at $62,000, it's $68,000 at the middle school level, and $78,000 at the high school level. From those gross capital costs, we then deduct those credits I mentioned for existing payments on debt, as well as the projected future payments on debt. So we get a net local capital cost per student of $49,900 at the elementary level, about $55,900 at the middle school level, and about $66,200 at the high school level. At the bottom of the slide, you can see that the maximum supportable impact fee prior to the changes in the legislation, the district could have justified a full fee of $10,545 for a single-family unit, $3,559 for a multifamily unit, and $1,152 for a mobile home. In the gray shaded area, you can see the current school district impact fees, which are $3,048 for single-family home, $774 for multifamily unit, and $282 for for a mobile home unit. So there's quite a bit of a difference here in terms of what you currently can justify versus what you've adopted. And as we talked about, we're limited to the 50% increase. So that's an allowable increase at the single-family level of $1,524, $387 at the multifamily level, and $141 at the mobile home park level. And you can see here the phasing schedule of those fees to bring it up to the maximum supportable or allowable amount in 2030 of $4,572 for a single-family unit, $1,161 for a multifamily, and $423 for a mobile home. One of the things that always comes up when we do these fee studies is how do we compare to our neighbors? And so this is the latest data we have available comparing a single-family unit. You can see here that you are in the bottom 25% with your current impact fee structure, and you would still be in the bottom 25% with the proposed impact fee structure at the 50% allowable level. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'll open it up to the board. Mr. Edwards.
The understanding of the way I'm reading this is that we could easily move forward with the recommended increase. And as I look at the projections of the growth cycles and capacity and all those things, the place that I want, a couple of things I want to do. I think we obviously should move forward for what we can charge. The second thing that I'm concerned about is making sure that we maintain a schedule of doing the impact study every 5 years so that we never fall behind our approach. And it's important to me to keep the school district sustainable over time. The only place that I personally can see, I've been having a lot of conversations with families out east, and their concern is not on the elementary or the middle school level, but the high school level, because the commute into our high schools is 35 miles. And I'm not overly concerned within the next 3 to 5 years, but I want to, as a school board member, keep the district sustainable. Should it look like within 5 to 10 years they need to build a high school out east, that we've done our job to make sure that we've gotten the maximum impact fees for the school district looking forward, because I feel as though we didn't have that baton handed to us correctly because we're in the bottom 25 percentile, and I want to make sure that I'm doing my job as a school board member for its sustainability down the road. So my question, having set that all up, is at some point, would you recommend that we go through the process of going beyond the 50%, and at what point would we want to do that?
Good question. Thanks for putting me on the spot. I mean, that's a political question, right? I mean, because the Board of County Commissioners is the one that has to adopt the impact fee amount on behalf of the school district. I mean, I always encourage clients to go for the maximum supportable because you never know what's going to happen down the road. And you all come to mind, and Flagler County School District come to mind in terms of two of our clients that always had the fees artificially low. And then once this act or the changes happen to the Impact Fee Act, your hands are tied, right? And so when the Impact Fee Act changed, not many folks went through the extraordinary circumstances. However, over the last 2 or 3 years, that has significantly increased. And then there was, I think, a lawsuit filed recently, and the Attorney General weighed in on things, but it wasn't clarified. So, I mean, it's really a decision for you all in terms of whether you want to go through that extraordinary circumstances.
I guess what I'm looking for, just so that the board, I don't know that there's an appetite on the board at this moment in time, but just from my perspective, I'm looking at a timing forecast as to when it would be appropriate for the board to look at having that conversation with the county commission, because building a high school is not going to be inexpensive, as we can see. And I think that at least the way I see the county commission and the school board is that we're roughly on the same page these days as it relates to development and doing what's right for our school district. I mean, we've had a lot of indicators in recent times that shows that we are on those same pages. So I just want to try and see if I can get from you, hey, go ahead and take the maximum this time at 50%, but I strongly urge you to look at the next cycle to potentially go out of the box and ask for more than 50%.
Well, thank you for the clarification on the question. Now I understand where you're going. I mean, I agree with you, and it's not every. So one of the changes that also happened was you are limited to the amount of time that between studies. So it's now 4 years. So I would do it at every 4 years instead of every 5 years. But to your point, if there are substantial capacity projects in the next 5-year CIP, from year 6 to 10, particularly a high school, to your point, very expensive to build, that's probably the time to do it. And I would argue, just the fact that you kept the fees artificially low and you could justify a much higher amount is an extraordinary circumstances, right? But I think when you pair that with also a realistic capital plan where you can document, here's the reason why we need to do this, because we're going to be significantly, have significant funding shortfalls from our traditional funding sources, that the impact fees should be used to make up for that difference.
Mrs. Barker.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In thinking about this and in the conversations that I have with people who don't always understand impact fees versus taxes to that point, one of the questions I get is, well, we've just done all this talking about declining birth rates and reduced enrollment. And I wanted to point out that it looked like when I read this, you had taken that all into account, that you had only counted students who were attending traditional public schools.
Right.
You had pulled out
Yes,
the
ma'am.
charter students. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And I noted that you also did account for the declining birth rates. And even with, that very conservative approach, you still found that we were about 300% below where we
Right.
should be. Is that correct?
I think so.
Did I understand all that correctly?
I don't have the report in front of me, but yeah, I think you're correct.
Okay, great. So, because I just want to make sure we're able to help our families understand and help our community understand that this isn't, us raising taxes or anything like that, but it's really being fiscal stewards and making sure that we are doing what's best for our families and our students. So I just wanted to point that out, that you had taken all that into account.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to say, I don't think anyone in this county can drive anywhere and not realize there just is, the growth is a real issue, and it is when you think about traffic and such. Now, as school board members, we aren't doing infrastructure pieces. This is for school capacity. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and because I think that's a very important distinction, because I think there is, having been here for the initial one and over those years, and again, if you even look at just the last 5 years, there were some incredible anomalies when you're considering projections for growth. We had a boom, and then now we are, as it's noted on a regular discussion, regardless whether we're talking about schools of hope, or we're talking about the financial impact or the declining birth rates, is always noted. Even just our general capacities and having to rework them, that we have capacities and we are reworking them. And so, I go back to Welland Park, for example, and this may be a question for Mr. Dumas. Because there's a certain time frame in which you can use impact fees. Can you speak to that? Because I think there's or I don't know if Dr. Kemp, I know that over the years it comes down to, we have these projected growth, and then you can start assessing the fee and they go into a bank. But if we don't actually have the growth to substantiate it, then what happens? Because we're kind of hedging here in a moment that is dramatic. The entire marketplace of public education has just completely changed. That said, I'm going to have a couple things. To Mr. Edwards' point, I think there is a legitimacy when we look at the overall map. I mean, we've just had urban sprawl, if you will. Like 41 was where all of our schools are, and we have massive amounts going out east, right? Yeah. So, and to that effect, there are issues when it comes to kids, students having to take an hour trip to go to school, and just the way our zones are. But then you look at the you look at the Welland Park cost. There's just a lot of conversations that need to be had as a district to even consider those things. Like, do we have to reevaluate how big our schools are? Dr. Kemp, you say these things all the time. We can do just about everything. What is it? We can
do anything. We just can't
do everything. And this is where I think I want to be very clear, because I agree that there is a real tension in the community about just developers and the phrases of them paying their own way. I'm getting down to like the nitty gritty of the reality of this decision, and it's not infrastructure, it's schools and it's capacity. And we do have a responsibility to look at it that way. So lots of questions there, but I want a little historical refresher, if possible.
Yeah, so no, great set of questions, I'll say. 5 years, right? So we've got to make sure we spend collected impact fee within 5 years. I will say that, remember, this is not impact fees coming in all in one big lump sum, right? These are impact fees over the course of the next several years as development starts to happen that we'll collect a little over time. And so basically what we're doing is we're using impact fees where we can. It can be used for debt payments of current expansion projects. But then also as we look out into years 6 through 10, Tom Edwards talked about it, you just talked about it, a high school in North County. We're in conversations right now, and you'll on a board agenda see the ability for us to purchase some property out in High Hat Ranch. And so there's a lot of development coming. The question is timing. But I think this sets us up to be ready for some of that growth. We know it's going to come. It's just a matter of when all that happens. So when we purchase land, when we start to build, those are all going to be very close, conversations that have a lot of consideration, right? Because we don't want to do it too soon. But I think we got to make sure we've got the capacity to do that. This does that over time with some of the growth still coming in those areas that you talked about, which is mostly east of 75 and in Northport.
And if I could just add, I think there's two critical pieces to this conversation. Number one is, no matter what we do with legislatively, you're restricted to the most you will ever get is 50% of what you should have over a 4-year period. So we're always going to be 50, we're always going to be behind. The second thing, a critical piece that's in this presentation is our cost per square foot in our area with the wind load requirements and the requirements that we have is significantly higher than even the state average that Mr. Vice presented. It's an unfair advantage for us when it comes to cost of construction and the cost per student station for us to build the infrastructure or the facilities that our kids need. And because of those two particular issues, I think you're right on. I think we have a fiscal responsibility to maximize every revenue stream we have, knowing our cost of construction is going to continue to rise. We don't see that going backwards. So that's going to happen, as well as knowing that as growth happens, it would have to be significant growth for an extraordinary circumstance. I mean, we'd have to document significant growth for that. But even if we do the maximum that we're allowed to do by the legislation, we're going to continue to be 50% behind. So when you see, not only, it was nice to say we're in the bottom quartile, we're at the bottom of the 67, like the third from the bottom. Even with the increase, we'd be fifth from the bottom. I just think we're at a point with the cost of construction and what we need to do, even with new growth construction, if it's not new schools necessarily, new classroom additions, things that we have to do, the retirement of debt service as a result of new growth. I think in our current financial status statewide with all funding sources, I think we have a responsibility to maximize the revenue stream to offset the cost to serve our kids and community.
Thank you for that. And on here, do we have the calculation with the new adjusted, because even at the beginning of today's workshop, there was a discussion about the declining enrollment. So trying to evaluate that, and I know there's a lot of different moving parts that we just outlined. So it's not exclusively new, it's, new growth. Well, it is new growth, but so it's effectively new growth, meaning new students. That's the core piece, right? How do we square that with the changing climate of school choice and the regular year-over-year declining enrollment?
Well, you're still growing in certain areas. And if you're going to be providing future capacity, then you can legitimately use impact fees to fund that.
Okay. All right. The other part was, so I have more questions. I want to dive in a little bit more because I think there's just more of a better understanding. I know historically looking at even what the projection was didn't necessarily match up, but I just don't want us to get in a spot where we're even building a new high school and we don't have the students to fill it. It's also like a concern of mine as well, as we have dealt with. Again, I think that was an anomaly because we had people flooding from all different states to Florida, and then they've left because subsequently it's not affordable in that manner, which may be also a projection. Do you guys calculate that into the affordability piece of it? And when you look at I know there's a whole science behind how you measure each.
I'm not sure I understand it when you say affordability.
The cost to live in Sarasota.
Oh, okay.
So
you're referring to the influx you had during COVID, and maintaining two households, one where you lived and then one down here in Florida.
No, I mean that when you're calculating how many students is this new construction going to create, is that?
Right. Well, so you're always, impact fees are based on averages. And so it's a snapshot in time. So it's a picture of what your enrollment is now. Now, we're not going to speculate on whether the student generation rates are going to continue to decline, level, or increase over time as part of the study. That's one of the reasons why you should be updating it every 4 years, to pick up what those averages are in terms of student generation rates, construction costs, the cost of land, the cost of school buses, et cetera.
Well, I will, and I don't know, Mrs. Barker, was that from earlier? I just can't clear it. And I think what Dr. Kemp said is also valid. I mean, there are elements to being able to pay for. I know the debt service piece of it is a big part of it. So to me, that's the big part. When I think future looking is, I have a lot of heartburn with that because I think that we're just in a major change. And while it's calculated as a moment in time, I look at this as you literally use it called new growth. So even though we used the debt service to, I guess, accommodate for new growth, or what we thought was going to be new growth.
I will say the EDR puts out a projection through 2035, I believe. And while we are experiencing a decline right now, especially with the expansion of the Florida Empowerment Scholarship, that's where we've seen some attrition in district-managed schools. Overall, we're seeing growth in overall enrollment. It's just a matter of where they're landing in the choice. So they could be in charter, they could be in district managed, they could be taking empowerment scholarship. But what we're also seeing in the EDR forecast is that there will be, after this leveling, there will be an increase in student enrollment over that projection as well. So at least from a state independent lens, that's what some of the projections are as well.
And I would, and also would
When we
say
see,
that,
I'm sorry, when we see, so right now, we're not experiencing it, but we do see in the forecast in the next 5 years. So once we get through, if we were to implement the impact fees, we wouldn't get the maximization until 4 years from now anyway, because you can only do so much year to year. I think it's $375 next year, then it's another $375. By the time we get to the 4th year into the 5th year, we should be, based on projections, starting to see some increase. Now, again, some of that is speculation. It's based on the best data that we have, but there is rationale based on EDR's report and what we're seeing in some of the forecasts that over the next 10 years, we will experience growth.
thank you. Mr. Edwards.
So, by no stretch of the imagination am I suggesting planning a high school. I'm not including my tenure on the board, but I think it's our fiscal responsibility to try and see that we're not at the bottom of that list, because we are paying and have paid a price for that. And that's what I'm trying to position the conversation and the board's conversation. To me, it's a no-brainer to take the optimum of the 50% over the next 4 years. But I was trying to have a conversation where the community and the board understand that their responsibility is to look 10 years down the road. And when I look at the time, because I was here when we passed the last impact fee hike, the community's feeling and the county commission's feeling was it was pro-development, and you don't want to hurt the developers by increasing their impact fees. Well, that climate has definitely changed, and that's where I think it's our responsibility as school board members to ask the right questions and position the school district for growth that looks like, as Mr. Connor says, 10 years down the road. I have all kinds of ideas and suggestions to bring to the superintendent about what we can do on the short side of things about the high school situation out east, and what other ways we can capture those dollars from families. There's ways that we can solve those problems, but I think it's our responsibility to, yes, move forward on the 50% that we can leverage and over the next 4 years, and then make sure that our operations and we're making sure that we're passing that information on to the next board.
If I may add, Mr. Edwards, just to dispel a public misconception about impact fees. I've answered this question all the time. Impact fees do not cover the cost of construction. And if you think about if you look at the revenue figures that Ms. Kertner shared, at projection, even with all of our impact fees that we have at the current rates, you're projected $10, $11 million a year. That almost doesn't make it to be above the line. It's barely above the line on the capital projects that we do. So all of the impact fee projections that we have are approximately $10, $11 million per year, compared to like the millage where you're bringing $168 million. But you have to take that into consideration. There's a misconception out there that they think the impact fees offset the cost of construction or a new build. Not even close. Nowhere near it. So just want to dispel that.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This whole conversation, as we know, causes a lot of angst, not only among us, but out in the community. If this vote goes positive, before we even get to that, I think there has to be such a media information blitz to get to the community exactly what we need, why we're asking for it, and because I'm not getting into that political fight about whether we need development or not, because it's a no-win. So, but people need to understand why we are considering going for the highest of the impact fees, if that's the way we're going, or half, because the climate is not good for any kind of money to be asked. So I want to make sure that the community knows exactly why we're asking for this. And I'm, all of us are always out talking to people. My district covers a lot of out east where all that growth is going, with Lakewood Ranch on the Sarasota side. So when you look at that, but there's still no guarantee that we're having the kids. But the projection is that it will. So I think we have to go look for the future, but we have to be very careful, because look what happened with Welland Park. And even with what we thought at Sky Ranch, where Sky Ranch really has exceeded our expectations, and rightfully so. So I think it's just something that we have to make sure the community, because I can already see on social media, low enrollment, blah, blah, that, and now the district wants more money to do this and this, and I want to get in front of that. So when we do the impact fee increase, at least there'll be as much understanding as we can do that. That's what I'm asking for, Mr. Superintendent. Okay, thank you.
No more comments here. So that concludes that piece of it. I think I'd prefer more conversation with the superintendent to understand some things before, because I do think, again, I know everyone drives down the road and they feel the growth of this community. I just want to make sure we're setting things up in the right way. So if there are no additional comments on that, that would conclude this item. Anything else? All right, well, that concludes our agenda. Are there any board member comments that you want to close out for? Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to once again thank our local legislative delegates for the work on the fee that was being charged to the referendum. But I especially want to point out Representative James Buchanan, who not only put forth the bill supporting the changes that definitely bring the referendum dollars back to our district and keep them there. He was able to facilitate expediting that into the special session that just occurred, which was a great surprise. And I thank him, and I'm sure this board and our community are very appreciative. So once again, pointing out Representative James Buchanan's particular work, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Ms. Rose was saying, especially to Representative James Buchanan, but also to our other delegates, Representative Danny Nix and Representative Fiona Farland. And this is when you work with people and you give the problem, and here are some solutions, and you work with people instead of always putting people on the defense. So I appreciate very much what they've done with the tax collecting of our referendum money. And I think, once again, thank to staff and to our superintendent, because you certainly led the way, because no other district really wanted to step up and I don't think really tackle it. And you did, and you had all five of us in that support. So thank you, and thank you to everybody that worked on all the information shared today. It was a lot, but it's always so informational. And I think if the community watches anything, they should watch our workshops, because that's where the work really gets done. And we as a board really ask the questions, and 9 times out of 10, we all agree. So thank you all. And enjoy your 4-day work weeks.
Oh, you're right. Mrs. Barker.
Thanks. I just wanted to extend that line of reasoning. I personally wrote a thank you note to Representative Buchanan and our county commission, but I wonder if there would be appetite on this board to put something out in a joint statement or a joint way. I think the more that the community sees us work together, the better. And it could work in other advocacy efforts as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there and see if there was an opportunity for us to do something on behalf of the whole board as opposed to just us as individual members.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
I'd like to thank the Barancic Foundation for the ripple effects. Those were exciting opportunities for 5 of our teachers. I've spoken to past recipients of that, and I think it's a great program, and I love the name because I think it ripples in the community. I think it ripples into our students. I also really want to say a big shout out to Jason Overbay. I felt he was feeling a little uncomfortable about patting himself on the back there in the workshop, but and I really hope that I don't know if I didn't have a chance to open our June newsletter. I don't know if it made it to the June newsletter, but I think it should definitely get out to the public. One of the things about our safety and security that I'm so proud of is that I trust them. I trust them so much, and we don't get to talk about safety and security so much because we don't want everybody to know what we do to thwart the bad guys, so we keep all that kind of close to the vest. But when our safety and security people are recognized nationally like that, I think it's so important for our students to hear that, for our families to hear that. And so where we can put that on the website and shout it, and a big congratulations to Jason and that team, and thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you very much. I do want to end with I recognizing Representative Buchanan. I'm pleased to hear all of those accolades. I did reach out to him when the news came through, and I was very appreciative. I also know we had community partners early on, once we became privy to this issue and some of the ambiguity, worked very diligently to connect us and make sure things were moving forward. And Chris Parento was certainly right at the helm of that, as was Mr. Connor. And I think that, sending a letter of thanks is never a bad idea. I'm totally in support of that. I think that it's a really great win for Sarasota, but also for across the state to see that there is value in having solution-oriented relationships with your legislators. They're not necessarily, and that proved fruitful. It has actually proved fruitful multiple times, but this is certainly underscores that. And so I welcome the idea, again, as long as with at least a consensus of the board, to draft a letter of appreciation to Representative Buchanan, as well as our other members of the delegation, to highlight that their leadership made a big difference, not only in our community, but across the state. So if that is without objection, I know we don't technically take votes, so, and Mr. Connor, unless you hear otherwise, perhaps.
Absolutely. I also had a thought too. I was contemplating an editorial as well. So I think if I send the board something and there's consensus, we're not voting on that. So it's just something that if we all feel good about attaching your names to it, I think it would be a great message to our community and specifically to our legislators who carry the water. So I appreciate that. So I'll work on that on behalf of the board.
Well, excellent. All right. I don't know if I have my cheat sheet here. I'm so sorry. That will conclude today's workshop. What is our next in 2 weeks? June 16th at 10 a.m. and it is in Northford. So mark your calendars. We'll make City Commission meeting. Yes. So we'll make sure we communicate that as well. And board members, please share that with the constituents. And if there are no additional comments, we stand adjourned. Thanks, everyone.